stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk, forever alive. We are Charlie Kirk, with God we will rise.
I have a feeling, I have a strong feeling that Tactical Templar probably like thinks that song is like, he probably listens to that song like on repeat outside of streams. He's probably like jamming out to it right now, currently. He's probably like chilling in his room, munching on some, I don't fucking know, some McDonald's maybe. Maybe I don't know what's near him. You know, I don't know what he has near him. Maybe he's in the East Coast. Maybe he's got like what is that place called? That chicken place. Maybe he's got some of that stuff. Checkers. Maybe he's got some Checkers. I don't know where he's from. He's probably munching on some Checkers and just listening to that song, going crazy. That's probably what he's doing right now. That's what I'd assume. Hello, Fox. Hello, Ben. Hello, Mira. Hello, Ben. Did I say Ben? Hello, Captain C. Hello. Hi. Now, we got a few things today, and there are a few things I think I missed. I apologize, I haven't been on stream for a little while. I got a tad bit busy last week because it was Thanksgiving. Okay, give me a break. All right, chat. It was Thanksgiving. I wasn't 100% sure if I was even going to be able to get on because of Thanksgiving, and I was not. It was kind of a busy week. It was a bit of a busy week. And then tonight is just late night. Don't expect late night for this week, though. Don't expect late night for this week. Oh, it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good. because it's not going to be late night streams this week. It's going to be like normal time. But we got a few things to cover tonight, especially this one. Especially this one. Beautiful transbian couple. This is really, I mean, oh my. Oh, dude, wait a minute. Why does Food Shops look like that? Food Shops doesn't even look real. I'm actually like kind of curious that this doesn't look right. This looks fake. Okay, now I'm curious. This looks real. I don't know about this. This looks like something was like their eye doesn't look real. But then we got this nice little picture. We got these little numbers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Say her name. Look at Lerix. Look at the hair too. I noticed something. I was like, did Lerix dye their hair? And I think Lerix did dye their hair. I'm like pretty sure Lerix made a post. I wish I could find it. Here, let me see if I can find it. Lerix made a post or something about getting a haircut after like 2 years of not getting one from a person. So I guess they just cut their own hair or something. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. Guys, I faced my fears and actually went to a place for my haircut in 2 years. And this is very obviously, like, this is not what Lerix's hair normally looks like. Let me see if I can. True? Oh, that's true. Let's see. What is this? He even chose to play a female character to showcase his new gender identity. Liam Donovan, formerly known as Lolicon Lerix, finally hops on Roblox with his audience full of kids. Hopefully he doesn't message anyone. I'm pretty sure Lerix's hair was never this strawberry blonde. He dyed his hair? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure it was never this strawberry blonde. He's straight up transing out. Who would have guessed, dude? Who would have guessed he would have transed out? This is the same guy that used to make videos on fucking... Oh my god. On Jalen. This is the same guy who used to make videos on Jalen back in the day. And like would shit on Jalen for the whole like trans joke stuff. He was dirty blonde. Yeah, now he's a nice little strawberry blonde trans. Oh, he's cute, dude. Oh, he's cute. Now, on a cuteness scale, right? Let's bring this up. Let's try to bring up this. Okay. Okay, so on a scale, what is this? Get this out of my face. On a scale from like 10 to like 1, right? Like 10 to 1. 10 being like I'm in love, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I can't do a heart very well. Fuck. And then this one being like throw up emoji. You know, I don't know how to do that one. I don't know how to draw that one. Like on a nice little like scale here. Let's take a good hard look at like, I gotta make this a little bigger. Let's take a good hard look at what we got for our contestants here. Hi, Gamma. Okay, so we have Food Shops and we have Lerix. We have Food Shops and we have Lerix. Now, in terms of beauty, I think we still got a long ways to go. There's still some definite, like, as you can see here, there's definitely some like masculine features here that we could probably shape out a little bit more over time. But the hair is pretty spot on. I mean, it could get a little longer though. I would prefer it if Lerix got a little longer hair. If the hair was longer, I would put this at a 9. This would honestly be a 9. I mean, I'm just gonna keep it real, okay? Like Lerix would be like square in this little spot right here on the scale, okay? This is where Lerix would be, just right under the 10 at the 9 spot. But that's not where we're putting him today. That's not where we're putting him today. Yeah, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Because the hair is just too long. He got lip gloss on. Yeah, he has lip gloss on. As you can see, that's pretty. See, when we look at, okay, when we look at food shops, right? When we take a look at food shops, it just looks like evil. Okay, this just looks terrible. This looks evil. It looks like, you know, a lot of sleep deprivation and a lot of bad acne being covered up by makeup. Pointed chin. Very prominent nose. I mean, just very prominent nose. Nothing being done about the lips here. Nothing like making them pop. Nothing making them pop or anything. The lips are not popping. So I'm gonna put this here. So like here, let's do this. Oh shit, my bad. Okay, let's get rid of the 1 and the 10, and let's do this. All right, here's our graph. We always have to do the line right here, okay? So up in here, this is where attractive goes. This is where, like, conventionally unattractive goes, right? Food shops is square down here, okay? This is what I think. This is what I think. Food shops, right down here. I should just do FS. FS would make more sense. This is where food shops goes. I'm just not impressed with the look. Maybe food shops could just, like, up the looks a little bit. Food shops could up the looks a little bit. Maybe improve a little bit. But this looks like, I think Kai is doing a good job. I'll say that. I'll say that. I think Kai is doing a good job. Obviously, Kai is transing him out. That's not a surprise, right? That's not a surprise. We all understand. We all understand that Kai is the reason why he's getting this way. She wants her man to be a cutie patootie. This is probably why she dumped Turkish Tom, because Turkish Tom probably said, I don't want to put on the lipstick. I don't want to put on the makeup. I don't want to put on the nails. He was probably like, hey, I'm good. I don't want to do that. But if I had to guess where to put Lerix, I'd say like on this line, he's probably like right here in the line. Like just right here, right on the line. He's teetering. But if he upgrades the looks, if he kind of works on the jaw a little bit, he needs to be a little bit more plump, I think. I think the problem is he's not plump enough. Longer hair and plumpness would put him right up here. He'd be right up here. Right up here. Up at the top of the list. But he's just not, you know, he doesn't really have much going for himself right now. He's got to work on it. He's really got to work on this. In my opinion. Oh, my bad. You guys can't even see it. He's like he's right here. I'd say he's a good 7 out of 10 right now. Sorry, I said he. My bad. I keep saying he. She is a 7 out of 10. All right? That's what I think. She's a solid 7 out of... I think if Lerix continues to keep... what's her name? Larissa? I think if Larissa just continues to keep up the good work, keep transing out, get on that HRT. I think Larissa could definitely be a solid 10. I think Larissa has potential. I think Larissa has some solid potential here. Jeez, bless you. But yeah, Food Shops has been trying to make it work, and it's just not happening. I'm just unimpressed. I'm unimpressed with Food Shops. This is just not it. We have any other... I mean, I don't think I have any other trans... I mean, she's even got the whole, like, fingers next to the mouth, like, covering the face, like, whole, like, hand covering the face move. Like, oh my god. This is so feminine. Like, this is literally, like, ladies love doing this. Like, ladies do this all the time. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Covers face. This is so totally, like, woman-coded. She's gotten it down, like, pretty easily. So, I mean, she's figuring it out as she goes. But that brings me into the new drama, the new situation. Oh, I don't know if I'd call it drama. I don't know whether or not it is drama or not. I might have to look more into it. But first, we got a response video to Dickers. And then we also have some stuff to look at here. This is going to be very interesting. But first, let's take a good look at this response to Dickers over the Parlo situation. Now, chat, if you guys know more about the Parlo stuff that I'm missing, I don't know how this shit's still going. I was going to cover something. I think it was like something Dickers uploaded that you guys wanted me to cover. I think it might be this. It's a Dickers video. Lerix for real looks more feminine than FS. Yeah, I mean, Lerix does look more feminine than FS. It's just true. I mean, like I said, if Lerix just grew out the hair a little bit and it just was a little longer, I think Lerix could go for like a really good feminine look here. But Food Shops just looks like a wannabe, you know? Food Shops just doesn't have what it takes. Food Shops needs to plump up, get nice and plump, and stop with the... This is obvious. I mean, I'm just going to keep it real, dude. This is so obviously edited. This is so... Like, the eye just doesn't look right. Something about the eye doesn't look right. You got to just give us the real look. I mean, it's trying too hard. This is just trying too hard. And it looks greasy. I mean, what kind of lady likes to get nice and greased up? That's what I think. What kind of trans lady gets all greased up like this? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the trans grease that I'm used to. This is not trans grease that I want to see. I want to see the good kind of trans grease. That's what I want to see. Lerix just needs some lashes and maybe some cute earrings. Oh my god, so true. If we got some like hoop earrings, oh my god, put some hoop earrings on her. Get the headphones out of the ear. Can we get Lerix like some hoop earrings? Or we can get the headphones out of the ear and we can put on the cat headset. You know, like the headphones that are like cat ears? Oh my god. Give her a septum piercing. Give her one of those. Can she be like, can Lerix be like one of those like emo girls with like the septum piercing? Oh my god. I would top Lerix. She's got pretty lips. Hi, Bacon. Jesus. But for the... Okay, so for the Parlo stuff, I'm getting lost because I'm trying to cover it and I'm trying to make sense of it. But from my understanding, is anything like evil actually happening? Or is it just like a bunch of like Roblox retards just making a fool of themselves and we're just making content out of it? Is that all it is? And then, okay, and then one more thing. I do want to look into the Perry stuff. The Perry things that he got himself into like a couple days ago. Maybe like a week ago. Because I got some things to say about Perry. He's just being retarded, okay? He's being like hella retarded. But I'll get into the Dickers response video. This is probably going to be awesome.
Parlo, a commentary YouTuber,
Oh, Jesus, I can't hear it.
known for his drama videos, has been lying to his audience for months and is a master manipulator who engaged inappropriately with numerous...
Okay, can you groom me then? I'm 13, 10-year age gap, no biggie. 10-year gap, no biggie, no big deal. It's just 10 years. Holy fuck. Oh my god. 10-year age gap? No biggie. Holy fuck. I love you, babe. I like Marcus. Marcus is nice. Thanks, Aaron. True. I mean, you're only 1 year, 11 months younger, so... Okay, wait. What evidence is this? Because they said 10-year gap, but Parlo's saying, I mean, you're only 1 year, 11 months younger, so it's not bad. And also, you're gay, and I'm gay, and I want to suck a big dick, so we should. Are you sure you'd be allowed to stay the night? Yeah, I will let you know when my dad stops being a weirdo for a few days, to give credit where credit is due. They have toned back significantly. So sex is allowed, maybe. Yes, I just want sex really badly. I have for so long. Hee hee. I want to make out with you. Fraught naked? And fraught naked? What does that mean? I want to worship your big dick. Your dick is too big not to worship, bro. Oh, it's such a big penis. Okay, so clearly there's only like a 2-year gap, which if this is like legit, right? If these messages are like legit and this dupe person really is only like a 2-year gap between Parlo, I could give two shits what they do together. I don't really care about a 2-year gap. Tyrone 9000 gets a mention, by the way. Oh my god, yes, let's go.
Minors. This video will be a part 2 regarding the video on Parlo, where we will discover even more of his heinous actions, as well as talking about the numerous victims.
I mean, like, if the guy in question in that message, which I don't know the full history of that message, if that thing is real, and let's say, for example, Parlo's like 19 and they're like 17 or something, is it like reckless behavior? For sure. It probably is like a little reckless. But he's like British, and if the other dude is British, you do have to factor in that the age of consent there is like 16. So like realistically, he's not even breaking a law. He's not breaking a law by doing what he's doing. And if the last message is true where he says he's 13, that would make Parlo 15. Meaning they're both under the age of consent, so who really gives a shit? It's a 2-year gap, I don't fucking care. It's like the most meaningless like shit ever. It means nothing. Is it like weird? Yeah, it's like weird. But like, I don't know. What I wouldn't stoop as low to call him like a pedophile or like anything else other than just like a sexual degenerate.
Is that we haven't covered in part 1. This new video will highlight how another streamer named Dickers has been covering up for Parlo and refusing to address the 43 pages document which I've compiled myself, all in an attempt to defend Parlo and prevent him from his call out for heinous action.
Burger. Uh-oh, dude. Fucking Dickers is under fire. Oh, Dickers is under fire. Fuck. Dickers, you lost. Shit.
This video will highlight Dickers' attempt at wordplay manipulation in an attempt to defend Parlo and downplay his actions and defend him from the Predator label. So make sure to like and subscribe if you think Dickers should stop, and let's get into it. Parlo had pushed a 13 years old to commit. The 13 years old we're talking about goes by the name Nivolk in personal Discord chat logs.
Let me hear this guy out.
Claiming that Nivolk is a future sex offender, even after knowing the fact he's 13. Parlo's associate had also mocked the Prime Minister of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, by changing his PFP to his picture. Not only that, Parlo had also been on record making racist comments towards other people.
Yeah, ching chang chong, go eat a dog. Ching chong, ching chong. Oh man, I can't. Okay, hold on. Gumball sucks. Okay. Can you die of a disease, you filthy Asian child? Hold on, this Parlo guy might be based. Hold on, this Parlo guy might be based. What the hell? This Parlo guy might be onto something. What? Whoa.
As mentioned previously in a document. Now moving on Dickers' live stream, he had claimed that he's not going to talk about the document because it shares Parlo's personal info.
Please talk about that 43-page document.
What are you recording this on? You couldn't... You couldn't grab the clip from... Why is the... he recorded this with his phone. He recorded this with his phone. This is from his phone. This is like a speaker from his like computer. He couldn't screen capture this. What is this?
I will absolutely not be reading from that 43-page document, okay? It's literally just a copy-paste from Parlo's Kiwi Farms, doxes and all, okay? I will not be reading from it. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity, though.
The only personal info this document includes is Parlo's real name, which has been public since months. No personal info of Parlo has been shared as Dick has claimed. He had also allowed a tweet to be in...
Okay. Now I'm curious to look at... I'm not going to look at it on stream. But now I'm very curious to see if there is, like... Does he even put the link to the doc? Does anybody have the document? Does anybody have, like, the link to that? Nox, are you drunk? Yeah, Nox, are you drunk, man? Dockers just always sounded like that. It's kind of a Vobe actual. I think Dickers should normally sound like that. Nox, are you good, man? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't... If someone has the doc, I'll look through it to confirm if that's, like, true or not. Because I guess that would be kind of like a weird thing for Dickers to say, just for that to not be true. Like, that'd just be a weird thing to say for it to just not be true. If it just has his name, which if that is something that's been public for a while, then I guess it's not really, like, a big deal. But, like, to be fair, you have it you censored his name in the video in itself. So, like, I feel like that's already enough as it is to say that the name is a dox.
His stream where there was a meme of a Soy Jack character saying the hard R, which Dickens didn't apologize for.
Oh my god. Oh, this it's okay, retard. We know you just want attention. Nox is typing like a housewife off the Red Wine Xanax combo. Thoughts on Giants shitting the bed tonight? I needed the Giants to win because Denver would have had the #1 seed, but it's fine. I mean, I'm not like too mad at it. Honestly, Giants fans pissed me the fuck off after the Broncos, when the Broncos played them. They were being kind of assholes. They were like wishing like injury on like a lot of players for like no reason. So like, I'm not mad at it at all. I wanted them to win, but it doesn't really faze me at all. Like they kind of deserve it. But at the same time, I just feel bad for the fan base at this point. Like they just get nothing but shit every year. They get nothing but like constant shit. They get nothing. They actually get nothing. Marcus, I'm dying. It's okay, Brown. Wine hangovers are the worst. I do love wine. Marcus, you're alive. I am alive. Sorry, I wasn't live because of Thanksgiving. I was busy. Help me, Marcus. What's going on, Brown? What's going on? What do you need help with? Why do you need help? NFC East fan base acting like shit, although their team is shit. Color me shocked. I'm not even like, this isn't even a joke. I used to hate the Cowboys more than I used to hate the other teams. I'm starting to not hate the Cowboys as the season progresses. And I'm finding myself rooting for them a little bit here because I don't like the Eagles. I hate the Eagles fans. And the other two teams are just not good. They're just not going to make it. Like the Commanders and the Giants are just ass. So I'm like in a position where I'm like kind of rooting for Cowboys now, which is weird. Meow, 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 meow. I'm sort of Dickers, some sort of Dickers response. Yeah, it's a response to Dickers. It's like really retarded. I just think it's funny. I was sent this. I don't know what this is, But do you know about the Parlo doc, Mrao? Do you have the Parlo doc? Like, do you know? Not that you have it. I don't want to see it. Can you link me this? Yeah. Do you know if that thing has like his personal information or not? That's the only thing I think that matters to me. Which Parlo doc? Oh, it's 43 pages. It's like a 43-page document. Because Dickers, in the video, Dickers says he wasn't going to read it on stream because it's like his Kiwi Farms page and it has like all his personal information. But according to this person, it doesn't. And it only had his name. So I guess that's like the only thing I would look at and be like, that's a weird thing for Dickers to lie about. Like, why would he choose not to read the doc? Because which he claimed has his personal information in it when it doesn't have his personal information in it. Which is weird. The one that Internet Adjacent made? No, not the one that Internet Adjacent made. It's like a 43-page document made by somebody else with like a bunch of different victims talking about it. This person who made the video is like retarded. They're trying to claim, like, they put up at the beginning of the video. Where is it? This.
Minors.
He got away with inappropriately engaging with numerous minors, and the only thing they show is this. And like the same person they're talking to, they're saying they're in a 2-year gap with them, which I don't think matters at this point. Like, who gives a shit? It's a 2-year age gap. I mean, it's like inappropriate, sure, but like, I don't know, it's 2-year gap. I don't really give a fuck. I just don't like, I don't know. Like this thing is like really retarded. The recording of Dickers is through a phone, by the way. Look. Hi, Mrao. Hi, hello.
Hey.
They recorded Dickers' stream, not like they didn't screen record it or anything. They recorded it through a phone.
That's epic.
So like the audio is like fucked up. It's awesome.
Do you know who Dupe is?
Dupe? No, I don't know who Dupe is.
Dupe's 12.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you sick?
Yeah.
Oh, are you okay?
I have fucking bronchitis or something.
You keep getting sick, Mrao. You had like COVID like a month ago.
It was like 3. Holy fuck.
Okay,
Like
so
3 months ago.
this Dupe person is actually a 12-year-old?
They pretended to be 17. And Parlo was 19.
Well,
And,
did Parlo ever find out about the age while talking to them?
No. Only after. But people keep
They keep using it as like a...
Shit, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh my god. Fuck. People keep using this as like he's like ERPing with 12-year-olds. But like he said he was 17, and then Parlo asked this guy to verify his age, and then this guy made a doc spin with fake information and is like, I'm not gonna send you anything, but I'll send you my docs. And then he linked him his doc spin. And Parlo was like, okay, that's good enough for me. And then another reason Parlo said they thought they were 17 is because Dupe has a rape kink. And he said that no 12-year-old would know what a rape kink is.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Yeah.
That's like, I just think that's like funny logic,
I'm not
I
about
guess.
to fucking cry.
Don't cry. It's okay. Does it
I'm
hurt?
not.
Does it hurt?
Yeah.
Oh, like how does it hurt to talk? You don't have to be here if it hurts.
To talk, to breathe, to walk.
Oh, Jesus. You laying down?
It's fine. I bought a bag of 120 cough drops. I'm through half of them.
Oh my God. How many a day?
Easily like fucking 10 or 20. Probably more
Does it help?
for a little bit.
And then you're on to the next.
I've been drinking lots of Theraflu tea. You ever had that?
No. I don't get that sick often.
Bitch.
I'm sorry. Hey.
Can you tell me which one's better?
Yeah, let's. Okay. I can't. Oh my god. See, like the first one's really good because he has a pregnant lolly fetish. Is really funny. But the second one's really good because the avatar is like fat and greasy. Fat loves lolly. I don't know
I
which
think I
one to
changed the
pick.
text to Fatty loves lolly. By the way, I think I changed that.
Oh, you changed it to fatty loves lolly. I think the second one then, because the greasy fat lard knight is really funny.
Mm.
But like he has a pregnant lolly fetish is really funny, but it's a little long. It makes sense to do the
The
second
video
one.
would have been out by now, but I can't fucking record.
Yeah, because your voice is fucked up. It's like it's actually
Yeah.
like fucked up.
There's snowing a lot outside too. My window has a hole in it.
There's
Really
a
cold.
hole in your window?
Yeah, it stormed
Did something
in like a
break the
tree
window?
branch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like raped.
Dude, what? You should fix that. It's probably cold as shit in your
I
room.
put like duct tape over it.
Oh, okay. Is it cold in your room?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. You got a lot
I'm
of
wearing
blankies?
two pairs of pants, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of socks,
Oh my god.
a hoodie.
You're really suffering right now.
I have a beanie on and my hood's up.
God. Did you get this like
I mean,
bronchitis from like what did you get it from something? Someone give it to you?
my fucking family.
Oh, they fucking made you sick.
Fuck.
Probably that Thanksgiving dinner, huh? Probably had to sit at the kids' table and the kids just started coughing on
No.
you.
My little brother had it before that.
Mm. You
I
didn't
was helping my
distance.
mom. I was helping my mom put up the Christmas tree today. She was like, "Oh, Eli, I'm not even sick. I don't even feel bad. You must have gotten unlucky." Oh, oh, you stupid bitch. You stupid fucking whore.
Now you're sick. Did you just get sick? Like today? Like did this just happen?
Fuck. It's been like a week at this point.
Oh, okay. It's been a week.
I got sick like I think the day I got a strike on YouTube.
What'd you get a strike for? Did it tell you?
Like bullying and harassment. I said Lerix was becoming trans
Oh shit,
so
I did that.
he can get money from his underage audience. And then I cut a strike because of that.
I said that. Should I have not said that? Should I have not brought that up?
I don't know. I went through and like privated all my fucking VODs. I'm like, I don't know what I'm saying that's gonna,
Hello, princess.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Thank you for the memberships. Welcome at Remilabo _
Pimpleton passed away. Damn. That's unfortunate. Hi Remy, thank you for the membership.
That's sad.
That's like unfortunate. That's like really sad. Rouse sounds so much better
Yeah,
like this.
I have this. Here's like a 5-second. You can watch that. That's funny. You'll laugh at that. Dude, did I render this thing at like 4K? Why can't you download it? Marcus?
Oh, my mic turned off too. What the fuck? Hi. Sorry,
Do
it's
you want me to like?
there we go. I got it.
I pray
Oh.
for Gura or Saba that
Wait, what did he say? I pray for a girl?
I pray for Gura or Saba that they have a speedy recovery. I pray that the fans that rely on her, that they be well. They find peace of mind and peace of body and peace of spirit.
Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence.
It's like a cute little love story. I think he might be able to pull her.
Was that a good bit?
That's a good bit. Yeah, I fuck with it.
Yeah. That's a Morale original. I did that one all on my own.
No, yeah, I see. I can tell.
Yeah.
You're a creative genius.
You want to watch like the first 7 minutes? Because if I die, this shit's never gonna get out.
Yeah, I can watch the first 7 in case you don't make it. In case you.
Did I already link it to you? No, I didn't. Oh no. Okay, you can watch this on stream. I don't know.
Okay.
In case it never gets finished, you can serve as an archive. I gotta go. I'm gonna go make like more tea.
Okay. Okay.
All
Feel
right.
better.
Like a Paimon.
All right. We're serving as an archive so in case Mrao doesn't make it, we have at least something. Is it okay if I feel your muscles? Sure. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like if Paimon were to visit me, I feel like we'd just be best friends. And I bet she would taste delicious. Imagine how Paimon's feet would taste when she's 18.
I think I'm okay with saying this. There was a YouTuber by the name of Tactical Templar that kind of made Jesus seem pretty cool.
I now officially have my own page on Kiwi Farms. I think I have been very cool up to this point, but now I have a major bone to pick with Kiwi Farms. Do you know what absolutely is making me lose my mind? We are at war. I declare war on Kiwi Farms. How dare you?
Okay, to be fair, that was good. To be fair, Tactical Templar may be a bit silly, but that was good. I declare war! I declare war on Kiwi Farms. War! This means war! Honestly, I'm on his side at this point. I mean, I'm on his side after that. That's an amazing war cry. I would follow him. I would follow him after hearing that.
What kind of animal do you think I am? Don't hurt her.
Tactical Templar has a bit of an infatuation with lolly-adjacent content online, whether it's VTubers.
The other favorite VTuber I have is Kobo.
How do you say that in Indonesian?
Europa.
In Indonesia, we call it.
Literally a drooling toddler watching a cartoon. This is what we said when we watched this video. He's like following along. How do you say this in Indonesian? And then he fucking responds to it. Like he's the farm's
Or
strongest
discussions
cow,
about the
true.
moral ramifications of AI-generated CP.
And even if it weren't, so even if it was a kid, she's fictional. So that really got me pondering. That got my noggin jogging. So what will be the internet's moral conclusion about AI-generated images that contain lewd scenes with small children?
But fast forward a year, and suddenly he's releasing a 30-minute video passionately defending the lolicon VTuber Shondo after her Twitch ban.
Because not only is what happened to this person entirely wrong, but I think what it reveals is ultimately that I am correct about the upper echelon of Twitch. I find what happened to this VTuber to be absolutely disgusting. But what you have to understand is you have to stop treating these Twitch staff as human beings. You have to stop thinking about them as somebody who's just a normal, compassionate human. These are freaks. These are disgusting, disgusting, sanctimonious, while being as demonic as possible people.
He calls Twitch demonic for banning her, despite not.
See, this is what this is what I love about Tactical Templar. He's like some Christian dude. He's like this self-proclaimed like Christian dude who apparently is like right-wing or whatever. But he like goons. He like goons on main. It's not like it's like behind. At least, you know what? Here's one thing about Tactical Templar. At least he's open about his gooning. He doesn't hide what he goons to. He just shows it for all the world to see. He's a proud gooner who loves VTubers, especially the lolicon ones, the very lolly adjacent ones. Those are the ones that he just absolutely loves them. But it baffles me that he like, it baffles me that the people who watch him don't recognize that he's this like weird right-wing grifter who simultaneously also watches like VTuber Twitch streamers and goons to like Asian women. None of these things are what like right-wing adjacent people do, by the way. These are like normal, like average, everyday, like extremists that aren't on the internet are not gooning to like, they don't even watch anime. They think that shit's like the devil's, they think that shit's like the devil's creation. They refuse to watch that shit. Meanwhile, we got Tactical Templar who's just shoveling it in his face. And all his little bubbies, they like flock to it. It's awesome. But when I share my gooning material to Discord, I get it deleted. Whatever, man. Okay, listen. That's because I don't allow gooning in my server.
Actually knowing why she was banned in the first place. And as far as I can tell, the reason for her ban is pretty clear. She was intoxicated and joking about suicide on stream.
Because I get silly when I'm drunk. I think I might be drunk.
This guy's your hero, yet I get persecuted. Okay, Marcus. He's not my hero, man, all right? I'm my hero. I'm a hero. That's what I am.
I'm always scared of ending the stream because I'm scared it's going to be the last time that I ever get to stream. I don't know how to end the stream. I don't understand streaming, actually.
Stop doing the fucking like being a baby bit. I don't know. That would surely help. I like it. Dude, I don't get this form of content. I don't get this type of content. I feel like this type of content is unironically like almost like life ruining. Because like, let's say you lose it all and you need to find like a job, or you actually need to go out and like get something in life. And somehow these places, they figure out like who you used to be. And they see that you were just basically doing like a baby bit with like your little lolly character. It's like you're obviously making like pedo bait content for like pedophiles, because no one's watching this shit. Nobody is tuning in to the lolly character acting like a toddler because it's like entertainment. They're doing it because they want to like jerk off to it, or probably because it's like attractive to them. Like it just, there was like no reason to even indulge in this type of content. It's not for you, Marcus. It's for red-blooded Americans.
I'm gonna kill myself after this.
According to Twitch's own TOS, both of these actions are bannable offenses. Despite this, Templar continues to defend Shondo even after he finds out the reasoning for her ban.
Oh, apparently there's a letter. We reviewed your content and we're concerned about you.
Twitch hates VTubers. Yeah, because she's like a fucking, this is like pedo bait content, bro. Like this is like the one Twitch W that's like that I've ever seen. Yeah, get rid of the fucking VTubers who make like their characters specifically like childlike, and then they act like babbling toddlers on stream. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, get rid of that type of content. That's just strange content to have on a platform like Twitch. I don't know.
struggling or feeling unsafe, please reach out for help. In accordance with our community guidelines and to protect our community, we've removed this content. Suicidal or self-harm behavior, seriously threatening to harm yourself or endanger your life, is not allowed on Twitch. If you have somebody that actually is going through something, telling them that not only are they banned for 30 days, but they're going to be losing their subscriptions, this company is evil.
This uncritical blind defense would result in Templar facing some critique, notably in a video by Internet Adjacent. The only thing Templar directly responds to in this video is a single clip about Shondo. He ignores everything else.
Interesting.
Whoa, sex, cunny, sex, whoa, palm, plap, sex, cunny.
That's weird. But this VTuber is an adult. She's an adult. You know how I know she's an adult? Because she said that she's an adult. So what is the implication here?
What does that mean?
She's a pedophile.
What does that even mean? What does that matter? Okay, let's put it this way. She may not be... She probably isn't a pedophile. I'm sure this lady, this nice lady, is not actually a pedophile. She probably doesn't want to fuck little guys, little boys, little guys. She probably doesn't want to fuck little boys. All right. She probably just does this shit because she makes good money off of it. Right. But that's like the problem. He's so retarded. He can't see like the issue with this type of content. You can't like, you have to like explain it, and even then he'll just call you delusional. But like, it's not that hard to comprehend that it's like this content is obviously made for like actually like the audience are the pedophiles. It's not the creator per se. It's more so the audience. Like, again, who the fuck is watching this content unless they're like somebody who's like deeply disturbed and into like really weird childlike content that's just like, you know what I mean? Like, unless the audience is full of children, I guess. But even then, what the fuck? Kids don't watch this. I don't know. Like, this is just fucking pedo bait content. That's all it is. She just farms PDFs, literally. Like, it's not if he thinks the argument is like, oh, she's like a pedophile, it's like, no, that's not like the argument. She probably isn't a pedophile. I'm sure she's like not into kids, but like, it's the fact that she's farming pedophiles on a site that probably shouldn't allow creators to farm pedophiles. It's like fucking weird.
Because her character is chibi form.
Now, I'm not sure if Templar is being purposely ignorant here or if he just simply doesn't know, but in the clip he just reacted to for his response video, Shondo is spouting multiple pedophile dog whistles. For those unaware, Pomf originated in a hentai manga as the sound effect used when a child falls onto a bed. The comic has been parodied countless times online, but don't get it twisted. The term comes from a hentai work involving a fictional child. It's no surprise that the word has since been adopted by a lot of online lolicons for reasons that should be pretty obvious. The other dog whistle is a bit less niche. I don't really want to have to explain this one. It should be pretty obvious to most people who have a slight grasp on internet culture. The chibi defense he uses is also pretty silly. Shondo literally calls herself a lolly in her oldest YouTube video. Regardless, this clip is pretty tame considering the rest of Shondo's content. Let's just take a look at a few of her popular clips. Here is Shondo teaching her audience how to draw lolly.
A lot of people draw lollies like this. It's hard for me to explain without drawing nip doops, and I'm not doing that.
And this is also just clearly not her voice, by the way, too. Like, I'm pretty sure we saw a content from her on another stream where her real voice, she like, I'd understand if this was just her voice and she just was stuck with a fucking high-pitched retard voice. But I'm pretty sure we saw like clips. It might have been a different creator. But I mean, half the time these people just make a voice or do like a voice changer to sound specifically like a child, which is like obviously. I mean, the teaching fans how to draw a lolly is also pretty bad. By the way, I'm not trying to hone in on the voice. The teaching fan base how to draw a lolicon is like really bad. That's like evil. If I could farm hundreds of thousands out of PDFs, I would. I would not do that. I think that you got to have a little bit of, you have to have like dignity, right? You have to have like some level of dignity. And also at the same time, like I said, if this backfires, if this career backfires, what are you going to do in the future? Like if other businesses or jobs find out that you used to do this type of shit, they're not hiring you. They're not going to hire you. So you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked. It's like, this is just not the type of content that you should ever be making. Like there's other ways to farm content, man. Be like be a grifter. Be a fucking like political grifter and just make content off of retards. I mean, I feel like there's more ethical ways to do it than farming pedophiles. It's just weird.
This is how you draw lollies. Okay? Anything else is not a lolly. Fuck off. There's so many artists that draw lollies specifically, and they give them this itty bitty titty. Don't do that. You're ruining it.
Here is Sean.
Don't do that. Don't give them anything. Make sure it's nice and flat, all right? If you're going to draw lolly, I want them to be real prepubescent, all right? I don't want them to have anything, all right? Give them nothing. I don't want to see any development, all right? I want them under the age of 9, at least 9 or under, all right? If I see any development going on, that's not how you draw lolly. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Shondo crying like a toddler with a binky prop for her VTuber.
She lost her binky. Oh. Dude, this is so weird.
Here is Shondo showcasing explicit art of her lolly avatar on stream.
So, I'm gonna rate this a ha. I'm gonna rate this a wow.
Oh, dude, no wonder she got banned on Twitch. Jesus Christ. She's rating lolly art. Okay.
So not only did Tactical Templar blindly defend someone's Twitch ban, which ended up being completely justified, he is also defending someone who obviously pedo baits with frequent dog whistles and content crafted to attract people interested in, at the very least, women who pretend to be crying toddlers. This is all presumably a desperate attempt at some sort of culture war win, because of course, anything Twitch does has to be bad, even if it's justly banning Templar's favorite cunny-tuber. Shondo isn't the only lolly VTuber Templar likes, though. In his video titled My Top 5 Favorite VTubers, he names Gargura as his favorite.
I think that they're funny, they're entertaining, they're charismatic, who I think is one of the most popular VTubers. The face of VTubers.
Hey, this is a banger video, by the way, Chad. If you guys want anything, you know, to entertain you, this is a banger video, man. This shit's good. It's golden.
As it were. Gargura. No, I have no problem with Gargura. And in fact, this clip right here is actually kind of incredible.
Guro would eventually...
There's nothing incredible about that, by the way. Saying that's incredible is just like, again, it's just... Wait, you guys don't understand. You guys don't understand the comedic genius. You guys don't get it. So, like, this really, like, this, like, toddler-like character, she, like, does, like, cute little things, and it's, like, so funny. It's, like, so funny. Like, you guys don't really get it. Like, she's one of my favorite VTubers because she's, like, a kid, and she's, like, really cute, and it's, like, kind of funny. Like, it's just, like, it's, like, really funny when, like, the little kid character does, like, cute, like, kid things, you know? Like, I really love watching kids do cute, like, kid things on live stream, like, all the time. It's, like, really awesome, and it's super cute, and it's, like, really funny, too. You guys don't really get, like, the comedic genius.
Rebrand into Saba, and Templar quickly started policing people for dead naming her. And Saba is definitely not shy about sexualizing her model. She literally has a toggle that opens her shirt to show her bare stomach, plus a thong peeking out from under her shorts.
Tell me on day one? Tell me on day one? What in the world? Tell me, Anton.
Okay, to be fair, her voice isn't, like, kid-like, though. I'll give this one the pass over the other one. Her voice is very normal voice, not really, like, kid voice. When the VTubers start doing that stupid fucking baby voice, and on top of the baby voice, like the lolly character, that's when it starts getting into the, like, the really weird shit.
Man, what a bargain. I like this fish. This is a bargain, baby.
Templar openly gushes about her too, calling Saba the real #1 female Twitch streamer, and more recently, he even uploaded a video praying for her health and recovery.
I pray for Gura, or Saba, that they have a speedy recovery. I pray that the fans that rely on her, that they be well. They find peace of mind and peace of body and peace of spirit.
Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence.
I would love to. I wish Morale could finish the video. He's not gonna be able to finish it. Probably. He's gonna get too sick and die, sadly. Where's the image? Where's the image? Fuck. Where is it? Where's the Morale image? Oh, I think I got a brap coming along. There you guys go. Nice little brap. Fuck, I don't know where it is. Cryptid, do you have the image? Do you have the Morale dying image? This is Morale. This is sadly what's just happened. This is what's happening. You know, like, sadly, this is what's happening. I'm going to try and heal my voice a bit, and if I'm able to speak, I can finish it. Smile. That's huge. Dude, this video is going to be a banger video. I don't know. Tactical Templar is just such a perfect, like, person to make a video on. He's like made of content. He says like the most. Okay. I don't want to say this. I want to make this very clear. God damn it, dude. God damn it, dude. Why isn't his channel working? Why can't I see his fucking content at all? What is happening? Is his channel just like, am I not allowed to see it? Okay, never mind, I guess. Okay, I want to make this very clear. Is it better than Cameron? I think so. But that's because, okay. That's because Cameron's was, like, specific. Like, I think Cameron's, like, unironically, like, a person that should not have a channel. Well, okay, no. Tactical Templar should probably not be in the space. He's, like, he's very strange and kind of creepy. But, like, realistically, Templar doesn't have as much influence as Cameron does. So I think there's a lot more weight on Cameron because there's a bit of a worry that this guy gets big and then he has, like, some level of influence, even though this guy's clearly, like, a degenerate loser who's also done some pretty shady stuff. Whereas, like, Templar, it's like, he's just an open gooner who just, like, talks about lolly VTubers and just goons on main and talks about how he's, like, mega right-wing guy. Like, he's never going to have any level of influence. I highly doubt it. So there's not as much pressure on Tactical Templar. And on top of that, he just says, like, unlike Cameron, he says a lot of retarded shit that's easily clippable, so you can easily shit on the guy. Compared to Cameron, where it's like, you kind of have to dig deep a little bit to dig into him a little bit more. And then he also has, like, a diehard fan base, whereas Tactical Templar does not have, like, a diehard fan base. So it's a little harder. But overall, it does seem like it's better. It does seem like it's better than the Cameron stuff. It does seem like it's a tad bit better than the Cameron stuff. The Cameron video, I will admit, it just kind of felt like we were rehashing the same shit we were talking about. Like, we already knew a lot of the we already knew a lot of the stuff that you talked about in the video, so it didn't really add too much that was new. This is about, like, a guy that most people probably don't know about. And if a bunch of people find the video, well, people are definitely going to learn about him, for sure. People are definitely going to learn about him, and they're going to learn some new stuff about the guy that he's actively trying to hide. So, I mean, I think this video will do a lot better. That's what I think. I think it'll do a lot better. My bad. I had to let out a brap. I felt it, and I know how much you guys love braps. But sorry, I was gonna say something about Tactical Templar. Okay, this is not me, like, specifically saying this, like, as a true statement. All right, this is just a game theory from Marcus here. This is just a game theory from Marcus. But I would not be, like, entirely surprised if, you know, turns out he's, like, into lolicon, and he's like he's got, like, a really how do I put this? He's got like a really hot take about the age of consent. It would not surprise me if that guy has like some strange like infatuation with Lolicon and having like a strange infatuation with the age of consent, and has an extremely hot take about it. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I want to say that in the nicest way possible because I don't want to accuse him of anything. Because I'm not accusing him of anything, but I don't want to. Like I said, I don't want to accuse him. It's just my game theory, I guess, is what I'd say. Okay, where were we at on this video, by the way? Okay, we were here. So we're on the part where the guy here is saying Dickers is evil because someone in the comments said the retard word. They said the bad word.
Also allowed a tweet to be in his stream where there was a meme of a Soyjack character saying the hard R, which Dickers didn't apologize for.
He didn't apologize.
Sorry.
He didn't apologize for someone else saying the hard R. Or not the hard R. Well, yeah, I mean, technically the hard R. Retard.
And neither did he make a separate video, as he said in his stream. There were also people comparing me to a PDF.
Who is this? So,
and
okay.
Dickers didn't even ban these people. Instead, he allowed them in the chat so that they could slander me. The main reason I am not Koofy is because I literally make different content than him. If I was Koofy,
did you just give me evidence of you not being Koofy and showed me the...
I literally make different content.
What? Thanks for showing me that you stole someone else's thumbnail, at least, I guess. I don't know.
Than him. If I was Koofy,
I don't know what kind of own this is.
I based my videos off of text to speech. One of the people in Dickers chat was even racist, making disgusting comments towards Indian people.
Well, at least we know he's not actually Indian now.
So,
true.
We got racists and slanderers in these live chats.
Yeah, Tyrone! Koofy, nobody cares. Stop grooming 15-year-olds. Who is this Koofy person? Man, the fact that I need to dig into this community in general just pisses me off, dude. All these people are so fucking weird. Koofy. Okay, Koofy is a 1 million sub YouTuber? What the fuck? Koofy is a YouTuber who, what, got exposed for being like a creep? Kellogish. Blurg. Let's look at Blurg. Okay, their channel has nothing. I'm imagining either Dicker's fan base is just like fucking around with this person and calling them Kellogish or Koofy or whatever as like a joke to like piss him off, or this person really is that person. Because like I feel like I say this every time when it comes to text-to-speech shit, but like every time these like it's kind of like who's that one YouTuber? It wasn't Natty Forsyth. I think it was Natty Forsyth. They made like a channel where it was text-to-speech, and they kept saying like, "I'm not Natty Forsyth. I'm not Natty Forsyth," and it's text-to-speech. It's like, and the videos are like defending Natty Forsyth. So it's like, yeah, people are going to come under the assumption that you're Natty Forsyth, and instead of just getting a mic, which everything has a mic nowadays, you could just use your phone. You could just use your fucking like phone mic. It may sound shitty, but you could use it. It's not going to be like the end of the world if you choose to use your phone mic. And you using like text-to-speech tells me that you probably have the understanding of how to use a mic. So the fact that these people are always like using text-to-speech and then refusing to actually use their own voice is such a tell to them being like one of these people. I don't know if this person really is that person or not, but...
Didn't say sorry, and neither did he make a separate video, as he said in his stream. There were also people comparing me to a PDF, and Dickers didn't even ban these people. Instead,
I mean,
he allowed them in the
he
chat
doesn't need
so
to.
that they could slander me.
This guy was hired as a mod right after.
I am not Koofy is because I literally make different content than him. If I was Koofy, I would have entirely based my videos off of text to speech. One of the people in Dickers chat was even racist, making disgusting comments towards Indian people. So, now, we got racists and slanderers in these live chats, which is very irresponsible of Dickers.
Also, the claim of like, I couldn't be this person because I wouldn't exclusively use text to speech. It's always such a fucking tell. It's always a tell, because what does that prove? That only makes it sound worse. You're only using text to speech. That means anybody could be behind the mic, man. That means anybody, it could be anybody, man. I don't know what you sound like. You could easily be this person that everyone's claiming you are.
These people had also said that I blocked the person who slandered me because I was racist. I mean...
Koofy, did you block Tyrone? That's racist as fuck. True. True, Tyrone's black. Why would you do that?
This is peak hypocrisy here. They were being racist against Indians 5 comments ago.
Oh, okay. So this person just doesn't understand the concept of like a joke. Cameron's video made me want to be violent to weak things. Jesus Christ, Aaron. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, so this person just doesn't understand the concept of like a joke.
And when I block my harasser, suddenly I am the one who's a racist. Like what?
Like what? This was a good video. I hope to be continued. I hope I see another one, because this was a good... I mean, this was a great video. He really got Dickers on this. I mean, in my opinion, I saw the part where he said he didn't want to read the document, and I was convinced. I think Dickers is evil. I mean, I'll be honest. I think Dickers is... He's got him dead to rights here. He's got him dead to rights. I mean, this is evil. I don't even know why people trust Dickers these days. I mean, he's just a fucked up individual. He's just fucked up and horrible. He should be like locked up behind bars. He's defending Parlo, like a known evil gay rapist, pedophile gay rapist. Yeah. So like, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Why would he ever defend that? Whatever, dude. Let's move on, because we got something a little bit more interesting to look at. Because this Guamgo person is also... Okay. Jesus Christ. So this Guamgo person is also involved with Parlo in some way. Let me look up this person real quick. This Guamgo person has made videos on Parlo. And has shit on Parlo in the past. Or not in the past, currently, for whatever reason. Again, I don't understand the Parlo drama. Thank you for the poop. Thank you for the 99-cent poop, Big Aaron. I fuck with that poop. I respect that poop. I still don't understand the Parlo situation, because the only thing I can understand from this is that Parlo's just a retard who's trying to claim that he was like sexually assaulted or something, even though he wasn't, because you flew a guy out to the UK so you guys could fuck. And then, I guess, turns out you're not that sexually attracted to him. It's so... I don't fucking... It's dumb. It's dumb. He didn't do anything like that evil. He's just retarded, which I thought we all knew about Parlo at this point. We all knew he was fucking evil and retarded. But I guess it's just been revealed that Roblox YouTuber Guamgo has a DeviantArt account where he views extremely gross and borderline illegal material. Let's see what this could possibly be. Okay. Shitfucker 6969. Okay. So out of morbid curiosity, I dug into Guamgo's DeviantArt account. I wanted to see just how degenerate he really is. I had to make an account to see the art. Always a good sign, right? Nothing could have possibly prepared me for what I found. This is a typical fat pregnancy vor inflation fetish DeviantArt page. Large variety of characters used. There's anime girls, Pokemon, furries, cartoon characters, video game characters, dragon girls, cat girls, and many more. Oh! Spoiler, NSFW Islamic fetish art. Okay. I noticed some lollies, underage characters right away. Raven from Teen Titans, Vor. Okay. Interesting. Raven's, yeah, Raven is like, what? Yeah, she's like 14 to 17 in that range. Yunyun and Megumin from Konosuba Fat? The fuck is that? Konosuba? What is that? Now I gotta, like, do my research here. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay, it's that. The one with the witch lady. The one with the witch lady. Okay. Fat. I'm assuming he likes them big and chunky, which is, I mean, hey, listen, to each their own. Hatsune Miku fat. I wouldn't really use Hatsune Miku as like a fucking own. That's not really. Use the other options. Hatsune Miku is not really like fucking dude. I feel like every person who watches like anime probably goons to Hatsune Miku because they assume she's probably like an adult. She's not really that like fucking like childlike, which I guess to be fair, why are you gooning to Hatsune Miku? She's never been like a goonable character. She's supposed to be like this like singer, like cutesy character, I guess. But I wouldn't really use that. Obvious child being fucking eaten. Obvious child being fucking eaten. Okay. Obviously, this is fucking bad. Judging by this one profile alone, it's obvious Guamgo is way bigger degenerate than Parlo. Now, what if I told you the other account was way worse? This may be some of the most Islamic fetish content I've ever come across. It's incredibly detailed, grotesque, and disturbing. Most art on this profile is only viewable if you're watching the artist. NSFL, what is NSFL? Not safe for life? I'm assuming? NSFL, extremely disturbing vor art. I had to view and screenshot this. Pray for me. Now, this is bad enough. What if I told you this account also has... I'm scared to go to the next page. Okay. Also has disturbing lolly art. I won't be showing it as too graphic. Here's some descriptions instead. Okay, descriptions. We can read through descriptions. I'm not going to look at pictures. Not on stream. Hatsune Miku doesn't have a set thing. She can be anything and anyone and anything. Yeah, that's what I thought Hatsune Miku was, which is why I'm saying, like, I wouldn't really say Hatsune Miku is, like, evil. I mean, I think gooning to Hatsune Miku is weird. I don't really see the purpose as to why you'd goon to Hatsune Miku. She's not, like, a sexualized character. She's not specifically sexualized, like, in any way, shape, or form. She's typically used in, like, wholesome content. So, like, gooning to her is strange. Okay, I can't read any of this, by the way. This is fucking retarded. Vocaloids in general, for most part, are nothing but blank canvases. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I can't read any of this. Thanks for the fucking unreadable shit that I can't fucking read. Cool. I'm just gonna read. Rika eats 5 guys. Okay, Rika is 15. Nutritious mallards. Okay. Okay, the one problem I have with this is they're using, like, the age described. They're using the age that the character is in, like, the show. I'd rather see what the character, like, looks like. Because I hate it when these people use, like, the whole, like, this character's depicted as a 15-year-old. But, like, half of these shows, they'll give the 15-year-old, like, massive tits or, like, a fat ass or something. And it's like, people can easily mistake that for, like, being an adult. Or at that point, like, do we really give a shit if somebody, like, doesn't know the exact age and they goon to it? Is it weird to goon to? Yes, it's extremely weird to goon to. But, like, I don't know. I think you should, like, give me, like, at least an idea of what these people look like. 10 drawings of this character, including one completely nude. Dude, I can't read any of this shit. This shit sucks. Nude version, okay, but she's portrayed as 18 in the nude version, even though she doesn't look any different. There are probably more lollies, but I genuinely feel nauseous. Okay, I'm going to assume that this Izumi... Let's just use this one as an example. Izu Sento? Let's see. Going to assume this character does not look like an adult. No. The character has like massively fat tits. This is exactly what I was talking about. Okay. I'm not trying to go on defense mode, okay? I want people to understand this. I'm not trying to go on defense mode. This is like weird shit to goon to. But like, she's a character who quite literally has fat tits. I can imagine someone might get like confused for whether or not this character is like an adult or not. She is not conventional. She does not look like a 15-year-old. This is not what a fucking 15-year-old looks like. God damn it, man. This is why I hate it when they do the whole, like, look up. Okay. Rika? Okay. Okay, this one does look like a child. Yeah. Okay, we just had to go backwards. This one does, in fact, not look like a grown adult. They're literally wearing a student outfit in the image, and they're not like big-titted woman or something. Very obviously a child. Very obviously a child. This is what I mean. I hate it when they use like the fucking, oh, this character is 14 to 17, and that's confirmed by the writers. It's like, that's not what they're gooning to, like the fucking drawing, not the, from my knowledge, they're gooning to like the fucking drawing, not the age. They might not even know what the age is. Well, yeah, exactly, Nox. That's what I'm saying. In my opinion, saying she is 16 to some cartoon of a big booby woman is no different than going, she's actually 200. That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying, like, when it comes to, like, drawings, I've always said this, and I'll say this over and over and over again. I don't give a fuck about what, like, the canonical age of the character is. I care more about, like, what are you gooning to? Is this like a legitimate drawing of like clearly what looks like a child? Or are you gooning to like some big-titted like anime woman who happens to be, oh, canonically 16? Like, they're fat-titted. They clearly look like they're like a grown adult woman. It's like, I'm not going to claim some guy's a pedophile because they're jerking off to some anime character that's like clearly doesn't look like a child. Like, it's retarded. The account was discovered when someone performed an email scan on one of Guamgo's confirmed emails, showing connections to sites like DeviantArt as well as certain 18+ sites. Strip chat. Damn, he be watching. What is it? I'm imagining strip chat is like live stream, like cam girl stuff. It says cam, so I imagine it's cam girl stuff. Okay. He goons, man. Come on, he goons. What the hell? Can a man not goon? According to the person who uncovered this information, there was also lolly content found on Guamgo's DeviantArt, meaning Guamgo is a lolicon. This wouldn't be the first time one of Parlo's associates would be put under fire for a lolly-related incident. Kolva, so you allow this type of content on the server for real? Does it show tits? Does it show ass? No. It is clearly sexualizing a minor, which is against TOS. Shows nothing. The minor isn't even real. It is. It isn't a living person. I guess that they make a good point. They make a fair case. They make a fair case. It isn't a living person. It's one of Parlo's head staff and his... Grok! Get out of my face! Frev is one of Parlo's head staff and his server, by the way. So could an 18-year-old date a 14-year-old because it's only a 4-year age gap? If it's not sexual, then yes. Okay. Interesting. Hi, Yen. Dicker's ended, so now I'm here. Huge! Hi, Fent. Hi, Fent. Hi, Cats. Hi, Romeo. Hi, Yen. Hi. Both are sexualizing. Both are weird. Both are sexualizing children in different ways. Well, okay, that is fair. Like I said, Big Aaron, I do think it's weird. Like, let me rephrase what I'm trying to say a little bit. I think it's weird. Obviously, gooning to, like, anime characters in general is always going to be considered weird. Oh, hi, Kato. I don't think I ever saw you. Hi. I think it's weird, especially when characters are on that like borderline of like being a child and an adult, because for all you know, these guys are gooning to the characters because they know the canonical age of the character and they're like, oh, hot 16-year-old, oh, but we don't know that for sure. It's just, I think it's weird, but I think there's a bigger concern for people who are jerking off to like actual lolicon characters where the character clearly looks like a child, like where it's not on the borderline, it's past the borderline. It is a child and you can clearly tell. I think once it starts getting into that like sphere, that's when it starts becoming this like really weird, like, okay, it's more than weird. This is like concerning. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people jerk off to weird fucking shit. Like, you know, Gwemgo jerks off to like inflation, you know, vor. Okay? Millions, I'm gonna keep it real, man. Millions of people jerk off to like vor and like inflation fetish art, right? Like it's not, he's not like the one and only, you know, there's a lot of people out there. But then when you add on the extra of like, oh, the characters specifically are these like on the borderline of like childlike characters, it's like, okay, now it's starting to get really not interesting, but really weird, because it's like, why aren't you just jerking off to, you know, I don't know, adult characters, right? If you're gonna jerk off to like porn of inflation vor stuff, why not just pick characters that are clearly adults? Why do they have to be these like random anime characters who are on the borderline of being children? That's where it starts to get like really weird. Let's see. I've been here, bro. What does that mean? Have you been here this whole time? Have you been here this whole time, Go? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Go. Did you talk earlier? You didn't say anything earlier. How was I supposed to know? How was I supposed to know? But yeah, I think I don't know. If this is true, because I'm not gonna definitively say this is like 100% true, because I don't really see where this like correlates. This is just somebody saying like, look at this DeviantArt account that like follows all these sites. This is actually Gwamgo's. I don't really like see anything that specifically shows or states that this is his. This could be like somebody else's and it's being like framed. Hi Orpheus. So I'm gonna keep it like, I'm gonna just keep it a buck here and say like, I'm not gonna 100% say this is Gwamgo, because I would need to see like someone like show to me that this is Gwamgo. But like, here's the thing. Does it surprise me one bit? Does it surprise me one bit that another Roblox YouTuber turns out to be a gooner who jerks off to weird shit? No. I feel like at this point, it's not like a surprise to me that like Parlo and all these like Roblox guys are all a bunch of like gooners. It just like, I don't know. It doesn't really like surprise me. Gwamgo is a DJ? Question mark? Possibly. It very much could possibly be. He could be a gooner. He might be gooning. He might be a gooner. Who knows? Chat, you guys missed it. We watched Morale is dying currently. You guys missed it. Morale was here earlier. He was dying. He's got like bronchitis or something. He's like dying of like I don't know, like a skin disease or something. And we watched 7 minutes of his video in case he just doesn't make it. And he isn't alive and he's not with us anymore. I hope that helps you guys. Brown is sick. He is in fact sick. You are right, Ben. Yeah, this whole Parlo stuff is so fucking hard to follow. Let me take a good look at this guy. What has he said about Parlo? So he used to be an ex-Parlo person. He used to be in the Parlo community. Let me look at this. What is this? His latest video on Parlo. Roblox YouTuber Parlo got worse.
It's been a little over a week since I last talked about Parlo on this channel, and a lot has happened.
Also, how old is this Gwamgo guy? Like, if it turns out this guy's like what, like 17 or 18 or some fucking young age, do I really, you know, like, do I really give a fuck if he's gooning to, like, I don't know. If it turns out this guy's like a fucking teenager, do I really give a shit if he's gooning to like extremely weird stuff? Like, sure, it's weird, but like, I don't know. He's like a teenager. He's retarded. I don't know. Watch the black Nigerian that gets scammed by a white man. Excuse me? Bye forever, kitty cat man. Don't tell Perry. Don't tell Perry what? Don't tell Perry what?
And especially with everything involving Wolfgang. Just a few days ago, Wolfgang released a 40-minute response video laying out his side of the situation, and after one—
Wolfgang responded? Oh my god. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. This shit is retarded, but it's content. Let me guess. He deleted it. Let me guess it's gone and it's not here anymore. No, the Parlo video. It's right here.
Hello, everyone.
It's right here. Okay, dude. About Mrao being sick. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, he's like dying of like tuberculosis or something. I don't think Marcus could stomach the Danish deception. The Danish deception. You guys are... What the fuck? What does that mean? Fuck! I have to piss real quick. Cato, entertain them, all right? You're an entertainer. You know how to entertain people. No pressure. No pressure. Oh, yeah, dude, fuck. The Danish deception. What is this? Whoa, whoa. Now this is content.
Hello?
Oh, wait a minute. Parlo, get out of here. Hold on. Parlo, get out of here. This whole Parlo thing is dumb anyways. I'm gonna keep it real, man. All of these guys are gooners. They're all just a bunch of retarded gooners. This Guamgo guy probably does goon to weird shit. He's probably a disgusting freak. No big surprise there. Parlo's a disgusting freak who likes to have sex with men constantly. He likes to have his hole filled constantly by men. Big fucking large cock shoved up his ass. That's what he likes. All right. IA likes to shove his cock up men's ass. All right. That's what he enjoys. And he also likes suicide baiting because he's a little pussy. All right. Let's get on to the black people getting scammed, all right? That sounds good. This is what I wanted to see. Let's just watch black people getting scammed by the whites, all right?
Hello, and welcome to a new series that I will be calling The Danish Deception. And throughout this series, I'm going to be going through the details and events that happened throughout my 3-year relationship with a man from Denmark who I truly believed was going to be the love of my life and the father of my children. And I now believe him to be the most despicable, two-faced,
prepare for the most woman-coded story you've ever heard.
I have ever encountered in my entire life.
Hey, you can hate on it all you want, but sometimes women be saying, like, listen, sometimes these woman-coded stories can lead to some good content, all right?
And I know a lot of you are probably thinking that's a very heavy statement to make. Believe me, I mean every single word. I know a lot of you are probably wondering, why are you sharing your life's most intimate and traumatic experience with a sea of strangers? Well, there's a multitude of reasons, but there's 3 big ones. And I'm gonna share with you the first 2 reasons. And the third one, I'm going to wait and share with you at the end of the series because I don't wanna give anything away. But the first reason is that this is my way of telling the world that love is a powerful, powerful drug. And if you're someone that's knowingly or unknowingly in an unhealthy or toxic relationship, I want you to know that love is a powerful drug, and it clouds our judgment and it makes us think in ways we wouldn't think otherwise.
This is not it. This is not it, lady. All right, I'm gonna keep it real. This ain't it. I don't know what this teaches, man. I don't know what... Okay, so clearly you got scammed by some, like, foreigner guy. I don't know what this is gonna teach, like, some random person in a relationship about their relationship. Because, like, love... I mean, she's, like, not wrong, okay? She's not wrong. Love is, like, powerful, right? Like, some people in, like, really abusive and fucked up relationships stay because they, like, love the person and they refuse to, like, leave and see, like, the actual issue. Like, yeah, I get that, but, like, I don't know what this is gonna teach them about.
If you're someone that's also trusted the wrong person, you're not alone, and you need to give yourself grace and compassion because it happens every day. The second reason is that this is my way of protecting others, and whether it be
Ben, why did you make that?
My ex, or let's be real, there's some horrible people in this world. I want to protect other people from going through what I went through, and if there's one person that can watch these videos and see some signs in their relationship that they didn't see before, and they can remove themselves before too much damage is caused, then it's 100% worth it for me to do what I'm doing.
You're like, yeah, but your situation is like super unique. You're like talking to like some Danish guy. I think like most average people are not like communicating with like foreigners about like their love for each other. I think they're mostly meeting like their partners in like real life. They're like mostly meeting them in like, you know, the state that they currently live in, or like the country they currently live in, or like whatever it is. You're like a very unique case. Might I add, not unique, but more so, how do I put this? Your case is an obvious case. Like, I think most of the time when it comes to like meeting people online who are like in different countries, there's like obvious signs that tell you that they're scamming you. It's like pretty easy to like tell. It's like pretty easy. So
you guys are about to hear is going to be one of the most beautiful.
Do you like it? I mean, it's pretty cute, I guess.
Life. And for that reason, I need to make.
I was gonna ask, are her eyebrows drawn on, or is that real?
And this is gonna be one of the most insane roller coaster of emotions that you guys have been on. And if you were a fan of the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series, unfortunately, the story you're about to hear is significantly worse, and it pains me to say that. This next part, I'm actually going to channel my inner Risa Tisa because I loved the way she did her introduction and disclaimer video. Everything you're about to hear is the truth and can be verified by multiple people in my life, and
hey, listen. Hey, listen. You don't gotta disclaim that. If you're gonna tell me a story about how you're retarded, I believe it. All right.
Phone that's labeled evidence.
It's Yakub, Marcus. No, I can tell.
Probably 80% of the things I'm gonna say throughout this.
It's beautiful.
Series.
I like it. I think it's cute.
Or anyone else wants to come forward and say I'm fabricating any of this, I will be more than happy to release the receipts to the world. I'm gonna tell the truth, even if it makes me look bad. And there's gonna be times that you guys are gonna be looking at me crazy. And refer to reason number 1, love is a powerful drug. I'm gonna be using a mixture of aliases and real names because I don't have everyone's permission to use their names, and my priority is remaining respectful to everyone that was involved, everyone except for my ex. And in case you guys are wondering, I'm going to be referring to him as my ex throughout this series, mainly because I feel like if I say his name every day this frequently, it's gonna cause me to become physically ill, and I do not want that.
You must have been a bad guy.
I don't know how many parts this is gonna be, but I know it's not gonna be 52 because I don't have the patience for that, but I will try to get these out as
Her
quickly as I
braids
can.
got her
I'm a real
hairline
estate
looking like
agent, so my
mine.
crews can be very demanding
Oh, yeah.
unexpectedly at times, but I will try to get these parts out as
Pretty
quickly
good.
as I possibly can. I come from a beautiful, strong Nigerian family that was built on deep respect and unbreakable support. And we have never experienced trauma at this magnitude. So this situation completely rocked us to our core. But I truly believe
rocked
that we
us
will
like your whole
come out.
family? How did this affect your whole family? You're like a grown adult woman. Who did the I'm sorry. Okay,
This
just
stronger
whatever.
than ever. And I just wanted to take a moment to just thank my friends and family for giving me the courage and the strength to be able to come forward and share my story, because I feel so much love from the people around me, and I wouldn't be able to do this without them.
This shit gets crazy, Marcus. Okay,
And
okay.
I really just wanted to end this video with a message directly to my ex. And frankly, I don't think he's gonna be watching this because he's a coward. But in the event that he is, this message is for you.
You go, queen.
You have lived a life where you've hurt so many people and you've created damage in the lives of many, and no one has ever truly held you accountable for your actions.
Oh, you get him, queen.
I was silent for a very long time, and that silence only benefited you, and it never benefited me. And I'm sharing my story for my healing, for my strength, and for my growth. And you might not believe this, but this is not about revenge. This is about protecting others and reclaiming my power.
We don't know. You can't say this is about protecting others when nobody knows who the fuck the ex is.
I survived a story that I never asked to be a part of, and I'm gonna tell it with honesty,
Jesus
intention, and power, because my voice will no longer be minimized.
Hey.
So you guys, welcome to the Danish Deception, and it's time to get this.
That's you guys are making fun of her hairline, which makes me upset, because I'm gonna keep it a buck. All right, I'm gonna keep it a buck, and I'll be honest. All right, I'll be brutally honest. I got a big fucking forehead. So now you're making me want to not even, you guys are making me not want to face reveal even more. You guys are making me want to just keep that shit hidden even longer, forever even. Probably just forever at this point. Like, you guys are fucked up, man.
Started, so let's head on over to part 1. The Danish Deception, part 1. Okay. So it all started in June of
Just go bald? I did! And I got made fun of. I went bald, and I got made fun. I don't look good bald. I don't. I did it, and I hated how I looked. I still hate how I look. My hair is still growing back, and it's short, and I look horrible. I need my long hair. All right? I need it. Never face reveal.
My life where I was working 2 jobs. I was working.
It can't be worse than me.
I knew I needed a break.
Because you're bald.
So I reached out to my friend Sarah, who was living in Germany at the time with her husband, and
also this woman was on The Bachelor, and wait, what? This woman was on The Bachelor? Hold up. Oh, this is good. Okay. Okay.
The Danish Deception, part 1. Okay. So it all started in June of 2022. I was in a place in my life where I was working 2 jobs. I was working like a dog, and I knew I needed a break. So I reached out to my friend Sarah, who was living in Germany at the time.
Does your face match your voice? I don't think so. I have like I kind of have a big bushy beard right now. And I feel like my voice, I'm going to keep it real. I imagine you guys, when you hear my voice, you don't imagine a guy with a big bushy beard, huh? I mean, it's not that bushy and big. But I mean, it's kind of, it's not like, you know those beards that like hang down. It's not like that. I don't got like that big of a beard. I ain't got that big of a beard, but I got a beard. I got a nice bushy beard that's connected to my chin. But you guys probably, when you hear my voice, you picture like some guy with like a clean shaven, nothing on his face, no hair. I imagine that's what you guys imagine. And that's not what I have. I have beard. Now I can imagine to be okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Time with her husband, and I said, let's take a trip. Let's go somewhere in Europe. And she was so down, and we were trying to decide where we wanted to go. And we decided to go to Hvar, Croatia, because we wanted somewhere that was like a cute local town that was by the water, but it wouldn't be as crazy busy as other places in Europe. And so we decided to go to Hvar. We flew to Split first, met there, took a ferry over. And at first I was just so amazed at how beautiful this place was. And so the first night I was a little bit jet lagged. So we kept it very chill, grabbed dinner.
Oh, dude, my bad. Sorry. Cryptid. At the time when I went bald, I actually shaved my beard off. So I was clean shaven, nothing on my face, nothing on my head. I looked horrible. I actually think I looked a lot better when there was nothing up there, but there was hair on my face. Like, at least I had something. But with nothing, oh my God, it looks gross. I'm just disgusting. I imagine 2 children in a trench coat, but I guess they could be bearded. Beardo, what the fuck? Now I'm being made fun of for having a beard. What does Dicker's beard look like? So, okay, you guys have seen Dicker's beard. I don't know if it's... You guys have seen Dicker's beard. I'm kind of like Dicker's beard, but like bigger. It's bushier. It's just bushier on like the face, like the mustache. The mustache, the hair on my cheek, my neck. There's a lot more hair all over. It's kind of like the Dicker's facial hair. It's kind of like that.
Then went back to our Airbnb. And the next morning when we woke up, we had literally 2 things on our agenda, and that was to eat and drink and be by the water. Okay. And well, I guess that's 3 things, but yeah, eat,
like
drink,
Jewish beard. No.
So we went to Hula Hula, which if you've been to Hvar, you've been to Hula Hula. It's this beach club that's very well.
I was literally, by the way, I was gonna shave my beard tonight. I'm not fully off, but I trim it. I usually trim it to make sure it looks nicer, because when it gets bushy like this, it gets in the way and it gets kind of annoying. So like I usually trim it down, but
it's right on the water. And we're laying in day beds kind of off to the side, minding our own business, sipping mojitos. And I look up and I see this very attractive man.
Oh.
And the first thing that came to my mind was, this man looks like he is walking straight out of a Calvin Klein ad. And
okay,
I'm telling you guys, 6'3", blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled skin, so tan,
She met Dickers. She met him. Hey, this was him. This was him. I knew it. I knew Dickers had the ability to pull black women. I knew it, man. I knew women were into him. I knew black women really had a thing for him.
Muscles everywhere. I was definitely taken aback, and I feel like it takes a lot for me to really double take a man just based on his looks like that. And 100%, I was a little bit just in awe. I didn't even realize that he was like with a friend at first. And so
this is Dickers and Babka. Dude, it's probably, I'll be honest, Dickers and Babka is probably like the the Timu version of her and the guy. It's probably like the Timu version.
Minding my own business, keeping it chill. And he looks over at me and he says, "How are the drinks?" And I said, "The drinks are wonderful. We're just sipping mojitos." He said, "Should I get us all around?" And I said, "Absolutely. Number 1, he's cute. Number 2, who wouldn't want a free mojito?" So I said yes.
I don't drink, so I wouldn't.
Drinks, and we're sipping.
I'll take a water.
And we just start small talking, and I asked them where they're from, and they say that they're both from Denmark. My ex was.
See, that was the first red flag on the table. He's from Denmark. Hey, those guys are sneaky. We talk about Jewish people. We always talk about how Jewish people are sneaky. But, I mean, the Danish deception, I mean, it's in the title. These guys are sneaky, all right? These guys are sneaky. No one ever thinks about the Danish when we think about sneaky fucks, all right? No one ever thinks about the Danish, but they're sneaky, all right?
Living in Copenhagen, and then his friend was living in a smaller town called Aalborg, which is north of Copenhagen, and that was actually my ex's hometown that his friend was still living there.
She's into the...
And so we were just small talk.
She's into the white men. She's into the blonde, blue hair, blonde eye. blonde eye, blue haired, blonde eye. What the fuck am I saying? Blonde hair, blue eyes. She's into the, you know, I'm not gonna say that.
Talking the whole time. We didn't really talk about a whole lot of things. It was just like, where are you from? And just basic things. But they were asking us, what's your plan for the rest of the trip? And we told them, you know, we're doing a full day boat excursion tomorrow. And then we're going to dinner tonight at this place called Dalmatino. And he said, oh, how's the dinner spot? And I was like, I don't know.
She wants an Aryan Chad. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
My friend to go there. And he was like, okay, well, maybe we'll meet up with you guys again later. And I said, sure. So we're getting a little bit tired. So we decided that it's time for us to leave. And so as we're leaving, I decide to make a bold move and just ask him for his Instagram. And obviously I'm trying to be a little sly. So I asked him and his friend for their Instagrams. And we exchange Instagrams. We get into our taxi to go back to our Airbnb, and we're literally en route to our Airbnb, and I get a DM from him, and he basically said,
well, Erin, I mean, she's like a proud, like, strong Nigerian woman. I mean, like, her and her family. I mean, they're all, like, strong, powerful Nigerian people. I mean, like, what? I mean, I can't believe you'd say something like that. Why would you say that? Okay, so is this the guy? Okay. So this is the guy. He doesn't even look that blonde. She said blonde, but he's like brown hair. If not, the picture maybe changes it a little bit, makes it look a little darker. Maybe it's like a dirty blonde. Honestly, he looks kind of just like the average, like, middle-aged, kind of just looks like a middle-aged, like American guy. Like some redneck American. He kind of looks like just like a redneck American. Show the muscle pic. No, I'm not going to show my audience the muscle pic so you can goon. All right? I'm not going to show you the muscle pic so you guys can goon to it. Jesus. This pic, the pic makes her look blacker. That's so true. She does look blacker. What the hell? He looks like he owns an HVAC company. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. I mean, like, she's not she's not like a bad-looking person either. They're like obviously like conventionally attractive people. They're both like, it's not like we're talking like ugly fat whore somehow pulls like unbelievably sexy looking man. You know, like these are two like people that are just like conventionally attractive people, I guess. Like, kind of checks out.
it was so nice meeting you. Have fun at Dalmatino. Maybe we'll see you guys later. Didn't read anything into it. I just was like, it was fun to just have a conversation with a cute guy. And so we go back to our Airbnb, we get dressed, we get ready for dinner, and we're like on our way to dinner, and he is like messaging me about the restaurant.
I will say the forehead is, I'm starting to see it more. I'm starting to kind of look up at it more. In the head, her head, she kind of looks like Megamind a little bit. Like, look in this picture, right? The hair's down, so you can kind of get away with the big head. You know, the forehead, it's fine. Who cares? Big forehead. He's got a big forehead. Who gives a shit, right? But when she does it like this, I can see like how once it gets to on the edges, it's starting to get a little larger. It's starting to get like Megamind-like. She's kind of got a big brain, like a fat fucking skull. You know, very small chin, and it just gets bigger from there. It just continues to get larger as you go out, kind of like an alien.
And asking us details about it. I didn't like think anything of it. But we sit down, we're having dinner, we have a spectacular dinner, and we're finishing off the evening with our desserts, aka espresso martinis. And I'm sipping my drink, and I look up and I see him and his friend at the restaurant. And they walk up over to us, and I'm like, oh, hey. He's like, yeah, like they're a little booked up, but they said they can like seat us in like 20 minutes. I was like, oh, cool. Well, we're about to be done, but you know, we'll go grab a drink. Maybe we can like meet up later. And he said, okay, sounds good. So it's kind of awkward timing because we were finishing up dinner while they like hadn't even been sat yet. And so we went to a bar across the street and we were grabbing drinks, and I just like, I hit a wall, and I was like, okay, now I need to go to sleep. And I was super jet lagged. And so I sent him a DM just basically saying, hey, we are so tired. We have a full boat excursion tomorrow. I don't think we're going to stay out much later. And he was like, that's totally fine. And so
such a nice guy,
the next
dude.
day we wake up, we get on the boat, and I start obviously posting like all my cute photos. Like, remember I took a photo driving the boat, and like we were just, you know, having fun. And I was like looking at my Instagram story, and I see he's like hearting every single story, and like he's responded to a couple of them. I am not the type of person that reads very much into activity on social media like that.
No, of course not.
It was something that I noticed. And so, you know, we continued on with that for like a day and a half. And then he reaches out to me and he says, hey, like, what are you guys doing? And at this
Okay, that's
time,
already, in my opinion, now hear me out. This may be retarded, but in my opinion, that's already a red flag. Mass liking your stories and responding to like half of them. Obsessed much? Jeez. He really wants some of that. No. Marcus, you gotta chill. Marcus, you gotta chill. All right? He wants the dark chocolate. All right, I'll keep it that way. All right, I'll keep it PG.
It is our last night in Havar, and he said, what are you guys doing tonight? And I said, we don't really have plans because we didn't. And he said, well, do you guys want to come to dinner with us? And me and my friend were like, absolutely, sure. And she wasn't really down to go. I kind of forced her because I was like, this guy's hot and it's a free dinner. Like, let's just go. It'll be fun. And so she's a good friend, so she came with me, and we get to the restaurant, and him and his friend are sitting across from each other. So obviously I took the seat next to him. I was sitting across from my friend, and we're sitting there, we're having a wonderful dinner and drinking tons of wine. And I come up with this idea to play this game where I'm asking his best friend to describe what my ex's type was. And because we were obviously like vibing with each other, and I was just curious. And so his best friend starts listing off everything, like good morals, hard worker, all these things. And like, I felt like he was describing me. And after his friend
Yeah, okay, dude. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Could you describe to me, like, what your type is? And then they just say the generic, like, oh, yeah, you know, good morals, good hygiene, all that good jazz, yeah. Like, fuck it, that's everybody's type. Who the fuck is gonna sit at the table and you ask them, like, oh, what's your type? And they're like, oh, yeah, you know, I like it when my whore is a nice, I like it when she's a slob, a slobbering buffoon who just doesn't do anything and sits indoors all day and does fuck all and nothing, all right? I like it when she's just a neat, I want her to just be a complete and utter mess. I want her house to be a complete mess, nothing cleaned, roaches all over the floor. I mean, that's what I want. I mean, that's me personally. And then the best part is she's like, oh my God, he wants like a hardworking individual who's like hygienic. Oh, that's like so totally me. That's like, you should humble yourself a little bit, all right? Just humble yourself a little bit, all right? Everybody's gonna fucking say that about themselves. You'd be surprised? Okay, I guess that's fair. You're just saying that because that's you. Like what if I ask, okay, my point is if I'm at a dinner or something and we're doing this little game, obviously I asked this girl out because I'm into her, but like let's say I like it, I would prefer it, right, if the person's just being legit, like just being dead ass. If they're just being dead ass, I don't want to hear this like basic bullshit, all right? I don't want to hear the whole like, oh yeah, hard work or all this shit. Oh yeah, no shit. I want to hear you tell me what kind of, you want a girl to have a fat ass? What do you want? All right, what do you want? I need to hear what you're into. What shade is the skin color of your preference? You like them charred? Or do you like them undercooked? Or do you like a little seasoning, a little spice on there? Right? What do we like here? Or do you like your meat? Or do you like your meat with the pink? All right? Do you like it when it's a little pink? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just be real for a second, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like, just be real. What is that? What are you saying? I mean, oh my goodness, I almost slandered snails here for a second. I thought that said I've done men that are that were worse than me. Hey, listen, snails, I'm sorry. I almost slandered you there. Oh man. I mean, I'm assuming you mean known men that want worse than me. Like never shower. How? What do they like? Do they like the stench? Do they like the dirty smell? Well, I don't get... Dude, I went out to eat one night, and some guy came in for pickup order, and oh my God, he reeked. He reeked. And I just like, to me, like I'm sitting there and I'm like, how do you not feel like some level of embarrassment, right? Because I feel like you don't smell good. And like, you literally smell like sewage, like poop, like actual, like poop. Like at what point do you start to kind of look at that and be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't like smell like shit. Maybe I shouldn't be going outside smelling like actual poop. I don't know. Is that just me? A stinky girl doesn't expect much out of their man. I guess that's fair. They like the grossness, I guess. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I thought it was just common for most people to be like, yeah, I like my woman I like it when she's a nice hard-working woman, nice and clean. Like, I thought that was the norm. I guess there are guys out there who want to... I guess there are guys out there who like it when it's fishy down there, I guess. I'm sorry. I gotta stop.
Talking, my best friend basically said, you know, aside from being a good cook, she checks off every single box. And I remember I looked at him, my ex, and I said, but I will become a great cook for a good man. And he starts laughing. I remember I put my hand on his leg, and
whoa,
that was the first time in my life that I felt that instant electricity from someone's touch. Like, it literally felt like I was getting shocked. And
it could have just been like friction, man. Like, that just happens, you know. Sometimes when you touch somebody, you get a little shock. It's just called friction. Maybe you're like rubbing your hands on like something, you just caused like, that's just a thing that just happens.
And we instantly like had this physical attraction towards each other. And we started talking about what we did for work, and I told him that I was working.
Well, like, okay. Like, I understand someone smelling bad sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, I don't give a fuck if you come home and you stink, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you might have been out working, you know? If I come home after working a nice shift, I've been working in the mines, and I come home and I smell like shit, you know? Bear with me here. I might stink a little. I just mean, like, I don't need my significant other to smell like, you know, flowers every second of the day. But, you know, when you come home smelling like poop, you maybe go take a shower or something. You know, maybe go take a shower, clean up a little bit, huh?
As a real estate agent and in tech. And then he told me, I'm actually chief commercial officer for a ad tech company that does marketing for real estate companies. So I was working in real
Honestly,
estate
that
tech,
checks
and he was
out.
working in real estate and tech, and everything just like felt like it was aligning. But again, I'm like, this guy lives in Copenhagen. There's nothing that's going to come from this. So after dinner,
True, you should have stuck with that.
At a bar nearby, and we grabbed one drink, and they're definitely gearing up to go back out. And it was our last night.
Why couldn't you just get in your quick fuck? Why couldn't you just like go out with him for the night, have your sex, and move on? Seems like that could have been like the best way to handle it. Just get what you're looking for, get out of there. That's what I'm thinking.
My friend really did not want to go out, and I am not the type of a girl to ever leave my friend for a man, never in a million years. So I ended up just saying, hey, I think we're going to call it a night and we're going to head out. And he was respectful of that 100%. And I remember we just hugged goodbye and we left, and that was it. And so we're going back to our Airbnb, we're walking home, and I get a DM from him, and he said, "It was so nice meeting you. I hope it's not the last time. Also, South Africa is happening. I can see it." And the reason why he said that was because I was telling him that I had wanted to go to South Africa for that following Christmas, and because my family was going to be traveling. And he said, "I've always dreamt of going to South Africa." And I jokingly was like, "Well, you're invited if you want to come." And so whenever he made that comment to me in the DM, I was like, okay, sure. I am not thinking anything of it, right? At this point, whatever, like this guy lives 5,000 miles away from me. I'm not thinking anything of it. So the next day, my friend goes back to Germany, and I go to Barcelona to meet up with some friends. And again, I'm like posting throughout my trip, and every time I look at my phone, it's like he's DMing me.
I hate these people, man. I hate it. You just get to go travel around Europe, scurrying around. Oh, I'm here. I'm over here. Now I'm in Barcelona. Fuck you.
Messaging me, and he's continuing all of this, and I'm just a little bit shocked, but also like very interested still at the same time. And he was remembering things that I told him at dinner. Like I had told him that I was gonna buy a Chanel bag because I wanted to reward myself for working hard, and he had messaged me and been like, "Hey,
no, I'm aware she's
bag?"
rich.
And I was literally like drunk off sangrias in my bikini and cover up in the Chanel store when I got that DM, and I sent him a selfie, and he said, "This is the best photo I've ever seen." I just like felt like I could just be myself with him already. And you know, we were just getting along and having good conversation. So again, he doesn't even have my phone number at this point. We were literally just flirting through DMs. So I end up leaving Barcelona the next day, and I land, and he sends me a message, and he said, "What are you doing this weekend? Do you want to go to Ibiza?" And I saw the message, and I was like, "What?" And we will continue in part 2.
Okay.
The Danish Deception, part 2. Okay. So he sent me this message saying, "You should come to Ibiza this weekend. I'm going with a bunch of friends."
I don't know what Ibiza is.
He's like, "I'll send you the flight. Everything will be paid for." And I thought about it for a second because, come on, who wouldn't want to go to Ibiza? And then I thought a couple...
Awesome, man. This shit just makes me feel poor. This fucking blows, dude. I feel poor. Oh, just got back home from a nice vacation. Hey, you want to go on a nice trip with me to Ibiza? I'll pay for the tickets and everything. Fuck you, dude. This fucking sucks. Several times in the army, we would do 2-week-long war games and have no showers. Never realized how bad I smelled until I walked to my house. Thought something was rotting. It was me. To be fair, you were in the army. So, like, I get that. You were, like, working constantly out there fucking getting all stinky. You know what I mean? You're getting all probably rummaging around in the mud, in the dirt, getting all stinky, getting all up close and personal with Mother Nature. You know, that one makes sense. That checks out.
Reasons why I didn't want to
Party
go
Island,
was
I see.
Because I just bought a Chanel bag, so I was like, I want to work and make more money. And also, I felt like
oh yeah,
the type of guy.
Well, no, I get that. Yeah, just bought a Chanel bag. Now I got to get back into the office and just make another couple. Fuck you. This fucking blows. This blows, dude.
Easy for him, and this is not something that's gonna be easy for you to obtain. And I didn't want our first weekend to be like just partying together with all of his friends. Like that's not what I wanted. So I ended up telling him no, but I just ended up saying that I needed to work. And I thought he was never gonna talk to me again, but somehow this like lit a fire under him, and he became even more persistent, and he started pursuing me even more. And he was sending me messages like, "When are you gonna come visit me in Copenhagen?" Or "I would love to come
Okay,
to
here's
Dallas."
the other red flag. Like I said earlier, obsession. This guy's like fucking weirdly obsessed with you. What the hell? He's like mass liking your posts and then responding to constantly. And now he wants, you just got back home from your vacation. You just got home. And he's already trying to get you to go out to a party island with him. And then when you reject it, then he starts getting like really up close. He's like, "Oh, I want you. Hey, I want you in here." Thank you, Reza, for the raid. Should have had Nigerian parents. True. I wish my parents were Nigerian. Oh, man. Thank you for the raid, Rezi. In case anybody Anybody from Rezzy's raid? Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, Rezzy Raiders. Hi, Rezzy Raiders. But yeah, the second flag, or at least this is kind of like a continuation of the first flag, is he's like oddly, like weirdly obsessive when he's not. He's like being super obsessive. He's like fucking messaging you constantly after you just rejected his offer to go to some party island where you pay for the tickets. Now he's like messaging you constantly. Kind of strange, kind of weird. Not leaving you alone. Bit strange, bit weird, but okay.
See you, and I was just like, who is this man and what's happening?
I heard you were very nice, so I came to say hello. I'd like to consider myself a nice guy. I'd like to think I'm a nice guy. Yeah, I think so. Hey, Rezzy said I'm nice. That's good. Hey, that's good. Thanks, Wezzy.
I'm not really taking him serious. And then maybe like a couple weeks later, he sends me another message. And at this point, we're still talking pretty consistently on Instagram. We still do not have each other's numbers.
I just realized my chat isn't on screen. Guys, you never told me my chat. Why didn't anybody tell me chat wasn't on screen? Where's chat? What the fuck happened to chat? Oh, fuck, dude. The chat broke. That's why it's not on screen. I'll have to figure that out. What the hell? Why is it broken? That's fucked up, dude. It's broken. What is this? Oh, okay. I guess I'll... No, it's not that time of year. It's not that time of year.
And he sends me a message. He says, hey, I have a work conference coming up in Monaco, and I would love for you to come. And I read that message, and I was like near the south of France, like that Monaco? And he was like, yeah, like I can get you your flight and everything will be taken care of. And I was like, okay, well, give me some time to think about it, because I didn't want to say yes on the spot, but I was like, okay, this is something I definitely want to consider. So I thought about it for a while. I talked to my friends about it. I talked to my sisters about it. At first I was like, I don't think I'm going to do it. Like, this is crazy. And then over time I started like talking myself into it. And then one morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to Monaco. So I sent him a message and I said, hey, I've decided I'm going to come to Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, this is the best day ever. I'm so happy.
Okay, so at least the guy is real. See, I thought this was going to be a story about like how she met some guy online. But this guy's like a real guy. Okay, I'll give her a bit of a pass. This guy's like a real dude. She met him in person. He's like real and everything. Physically, like he's got pictures of him online and everything. Okay.
Like, send me your passport and everything. I'll book the flight. So I sent him a picture of my passport. And I also was like, oh, and by the way, here's my phone number. He was like, I've been waiting for you to give this to me for now, like, weeks. And I said, okay, here you go. Thank you for like inviting me on this trip. So I give him my phone number and he sends me a message.
Excuse me.
And he said, it took you long enough. And I said,
AKA
oh yeah,
I generated
well, sorry,
Brad Pitt.
a little bit more reserved when it comes to like dating and men. Like, I just like to make sure like I'm a very intentional person. And he was just so respectful to me. I remember when he was booking the flights and everything, he was like, don't worry, like I'll get you your own hotel room. Like, he was just being so respectful. And so I remember our very first phone call so perfectly because it came
she kind of does, actually. She's like the female version of him. You're not even wrong. She low-key kind of does look like that. But yeah, we know this guy is like a real person. And it's crazy this woman was on The Bachelor. Man, I remember The Bachelor when I was like a teenager, man. I only watched like one season of The Bachelor once. I don't know how people watch shows like that, man. I'm being honest. I don't get it. It's literally like, it's just basically like a bunch of like really frustratingly annoying like rich people who can't like function properly. Like, they're all just like really self-entitled and like really like obnoxious. Kind of like how she said earlier that she was like, I'm like a hardworking, like all these like perfect things. It's like, obviously you probably aren't like that perfect. I've never understood the hype around The Bachelor. I've never
completely
gotten
out of the blue. It was like on like a Tuesday, and
It's
I'm
like
sitting at my
Golem.
work desk, and he sends me a message. He's like, "Can I call
You're
you?"
kind of
And he's
right.
like,
Yeah.
he wants to call me, and I'm like, I'm literally discombobulated, freaking out. Like, what am I gonna do when this man actually calls me? But I was like, you need to get together. So he calls me, I answer the phone, and he's actually in a cab to the airport. He's about to go on a work trip, and we were just small talking about our day, and I felt like those like butterflies that I felt whenever we had been together at dinner in Croatia. And I remember getting off the phone with him, and I was just sitting there like cheesing, like, which I don't ever do. And I was
Cheesing?
just,
What is that?
This guy is special. And he sent me a message, and he was like, you are so cute. Like, I love talking to you. And I said, I love talking to you too. And so basically from that moment on, we just started talking on the phone all the time, like for 1 hour, 2 hours a day. We started talking about a lot of things, about a lot of different aspects of our lives. He was telling me that
Reality
he was living
TV
in
for middle-aged
Copenhagen, he was
moms.
living in this condo. Obviously, he knew that I lived in Dallas, and then we started talking about
she lives in America.
Past relationships. And I told him, I was very honest. I said, I actually haven't
Dallas.
had, like,
You know what?
truly-
Dallas checks out. Dallas checks out. Some people from Dallas can be pretty retarded. I can't lie. But so far, this story is okay, right? He's like offering her to go places. You know, I'd take the deal, obviously, right? Like if some person was just like, hey, want to go to this country with me? I'll pay for the tickets. I'd be like, okay, cool. Especially if I met him in person, they were like really nice and they have paid for things before. I'd be like, okay. As long as you pay for the tickets, yeah, and I can get through everything just fine. Sure, fuck it. Let's go on a nice little trip. As long as I get proof of the tickets from there and back, not like one-way tickets. I'm talking there and back. I know the tickets are there and back, then yeah, fuck it, I'll go. She's probably reading off a script because this is like a 25-part series because it's like some story that happened to her. This is probably, I believe her. I believe this story because apparently she says some pretty humiliating stuff. I don't know why you would ever say humiliating shit about yourself online unless there's some truth to it. Unless there's definitely some truth. She hasn't even gotten into the ridiculous stuff yet. Okay.
Serious relationship
That's what I'm imagining.
Before.
Cheesing and smiling a lot. Oh, okay.
I've always been a very independent person, but I do want to meet someone. I do want to like get married and have kids, but I don't feel like that pressure to like force it. Like I have such a great example with my parents, and I really want to have like an amazing love in this lifetime. And so I'm going to take my time to find that. And I asked him like, what's your
she definitely
history
seems
with your
narcissistic.
dating? And he was like, yeah, well, I actually was in a relationship with a girl, and we were together for about 4 years. And I actually broke up with her about 4 months before I met you. And I said, oh my gosh, like the 4 years is a long time. He said, yeah, like it needed to happen for a while. And
Been with a girl for 4 years, broke up with her 4 months before meeting her, and already moved on to another woman. That's another, like, listen, I'm just being honest. That's kind of another, I guess 4 months is a while, but it's a 4-year relationship. That's a while. That's a bit of a small flag. I'd be a little worried. You're already flying, like, right, you just got out of a 4-year relationship 4 months ago. You're already flying this woman that you just met that's living in a completely different country out to different places. It's another flag I would be a little bit concerned about, right? Like, it only took you 4 months to get over a 4-year relationship. That's pretty short. And you're already flying me out to places and shit. You need a rebound, homie? Nothing serious? I guess, like I said, that's a small one. It could be a tad bit concerning. I would be a little concerned in my mind. Like if I heard that, I'd be like, it sounds a bit off, but okay.
Really what happened was that she told him that she was ready to have kids and he wasn't ready to have kids. And
she's the rebound chick. Well, that's what I was going to say. That's what I mean when I say it's like a red flag. Like, yeah, from his perspective, some people do that, but that would mean like she probably in her head, she should realize like, I'm kind of the rebound right now. Maybe I don't want to go out to this other country so I can meet up with this guy. Like, maybe I want to take it slow. Maybe I should take it slow. See if he will take it slow. Like, if he's unwilling to take it slow, then that just means he's like an asshole who's just gonna fuck you over. But if he's willing to take it slow, then that means he's probably not an asshole and he's actually gonna be okay with you. But we'll keep going.
To realize that she wasn't the one, and they were living together, so it was like a really hard situation to get out of, but he finally was able to do so. And so I was happy to hear that had been about 4 months since they broke up, because if he had said like they had just broken up, I would have been a little bit more hesitant to pursue things, because I know like you go through a breakup,
4
you need
months
time
is...
to heal, but I felt like, okay,
you
4
think
months
4
should
months
be
is enough
time.
Really?
And then we started talking about like our families a little bit too.
I think that's cope.
I'm super close with my
that's
family.
cope, man. That's like, I feel like that's cope, because like 4 months is not that long. 4-year relationship. I'd be heartbroken after 4 years for a while. I think I'd probably need some time. I don't think it would take me 4 months to finally be ready to move on. I think or at least if I'm moving on, I want to take things slow. I'd at least want to just kind of get to know somebody, not just fly him out to places so I can go see him. I don't know. I feel like that's cool.
He said, I'm really close with my mom and my little sister. I do have an older sister that I don't talk to. And basically something happened, and she was like being like physically abusive, verbally, physically abusive towards his mom. And he decided to cut her out of his life because she's crazy. And I said, listen, I get that. That makes sense. Like, you should not have her in your life. And I think just like over the course of a month, we're talking on the phone for just hours. And I tell people all the time that it felt like we fell in love over the phone, because from the time that I had decided to go to Monaco to the time that I actually left for Monaco, it was a month. And we had this plan that we weren't going to FaceTime at all, because we wanted the next time we saw each other to be in person, which I thought at the time was super romantic. And
what? Okay.
So, we started talking about like hypotheticals. I remember he told me one day, he said, if we ever end up getting married, you're going to meet the queen. And I remember just like laughing at that comment. And he said, no, I'm being serious. And I said, what do you mean I'll meet the queen? And he said, well, my family has a royal title. And I was like, wait, what? And he sent me this link to this site. It's called the Order of the Elephants. And he said, you can do some research and then we can talk about it. And I said, okay. So I start going through.
She ignores such obvious signs. He's just juggling multiple women. It's extremely obvious. Yeah, I mean, this is what, dude, he's literally like, I don't know. In my opinion, right? And maybe this is just me, but like if I was getting to know a guy, let's say it's a girl, but if I was getting to know like a girl, in a span of time that I was getting to know her, all she did was just talk about her ex and how they mistreated her, and that was like kind of most of our conversation, I would feel like a side piece. I'd feel like I'm just kind of a side piece that they're going for, which, in all honesty, if you don't give a fuck about being the side piece because you just think the person's attractive and you want to fuck or something, then by all means go ahead and do what you want to do. But if you genuinely think some marriage or some relationship's coming out of it, you got to think a little bit more, because this guy clearly seems like he's just hitting up women after his 4-year relationship. He's 4 months out of it. He's clearly just hitting up women that he finds attractive. He's just trying to find, he's trying to pick out a nice side piece. That's all that's all it feels like he's trying to do.
Someone that had the same last name as him, like some old guy from like the 1700s. And I remember taking a screenshot and I said, is this your great grandpa? And he goes, now you're getting on track. My next question to you is, how's your etiquette? And I was like, I think it's okay. And so I'm sitting here like, who is this man? He's attractive. He has a great job. He has a royal title. Like, is there anything wrong with
this? Is such a red flag.
And I have always believed
this is such a red flag. So, dude, you're talking to a guy that apparently has ties to the royal family in Denmark, right? Isn't that where Danish are? Denmark? I could be dead wrong, but I'm pretty sure Danish people are in Denmark. And all he's doing is calling you on the phone. You're not doing any sort of like FaceTiming or anything. You're just texting the guy. He just got out of a weird relationship. He's spilling things. Dude, this is such like, dude, I would immediately be, bells would be ringing in my head being like, I got to take things a little slow.
Believed in the term, it's too good to be true. But I mean, and I was feeling that 100%. Like I felt like, when's the other shoe gonna drop? But it didn't drop that first month. It was just like, we truly fell in love over the phone. And so we are getting closer and closer to the trip to Monaco, and I start packing, and I feel like that's like when the nerves start hitting me, was when I'm packing, like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And I remember my sister was like, you need to put air tags in like all your bags. And I'm like, I don't need to put air tags in anything. Like, I trust this man. Like, I know, dude, like, it's gonna be okay. Like,
dude.
Every part of me felt like so safe with him already, which was crazy because I hadn't really spent much time with him. Maybe this is trauma from being on The Bachelor. I'm not sure. But I felt very safe with him. And so the day comes where I'm supposed to go on the trip. And so I order my Uber, get to the airport, and I felt like it was kind of like a good sign because I posted that I was at DFW, and one of my really good girlfriends texted me that lives in a different state. She was like, hey, I'm actually in DFW too. And I was like, oh my gosh. So she comes, meets me at my terminal. She's like, where are you going? I go, I'm actually going to Monaco to meet this guy that I met in Croatia. And she was like, this is insane. And so I just felt like seeing that friend was like a good sign. I don't know why. And
she's basing it off vibes.
Boarding the flight.
No, dude, this is evil. She sees her friend on the trip and she's like, oh my God, it's perfect. The vibes are incredible in here. She's like, the vibes, man, the vibes. Yes, the vibes are incredible in here. This has to be good.
Remember boarding that first flight? I had a layover in Madrid.
It's only just
boarding
begun.
That first flight, I was sitting there and I was like, this shit is really happening. And all the nerves are just taking over, but I'm like, take a chill pill. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna get there. It's gonna be fine. And at that point, I was like, okay, the worst thing that happens is like, he's a crazy person and I have enough money where I can like just book my own hotel and I'll just have a good time by myself. Like, it'll be fine. So I like had that backup plan.
True.
But yeah, I had my layover in Madrid and then my next flight was to Nice. And so I board my flight to Nice. It was like a really quick flight. And I get to Nice, I land, I get my bags and baggage claim. I sent him a text, I said, I'm here. And I'm rolling both of my bags, about to walk out, freaking out, and let's continue on in part 3. The Danish Deception, part 3. Okay, so I'm walking out of baggage claim. I have my bags, and at this point, worst case scenarios are playing in my head. I'm like, what if this whole thing is just gonna be so awkward and we're not gonna have that connection like I think we have? But I also told myself, you're gonna have to figure it out, and let's just do this. So I walk out of baggage claim, and I'm scanning the scene, and I see him.
Okay.
And everything in me feels peace and joy. And I just make a beeline to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm walking, but like low-key I'm running. And I finally get to him. He hugs me, but like he picks me off the ground and he's hugging me and I'm hugging him back. And then he puts me down. He looks at me, he goes, hi, Bambi. And that was a nickname he used to call me. And I was like, hi. And we just proceed Bambi. To make out in the Nice airport for 2 straight minutes. And
okay, dude. Oh, this is rough.
I am not the type of person to ever do that, but I just felt so much attraction towards him and I just did not care. And I remember that we were in the taxi going to the hotel and we had to put ourselves at like an arm's length because we were just like going at it, like kissing. And I was like, this taxi driver is gonna start feeling super uncomfortable. So we're like, we need to stop. And so we get to the hotel, we check in, we get to the hotel room, and let's just say we had a wonderful time, multiple times.
They fucked.
I'm so sorry for that part. We ended up going to dinner.
You didn't have to admit that.
And I just remember sitting here and I was like, I feel like this is my dream come true being here with you. And he said, I feel like this is my dream come true. Like, I'm so grateful to be here. Like, you're like my dream girl. And you were even better than I remembered if that was even possible. And it just felt like everything was aligning perfectly. And so the next day we had a car rental. So we went.
Yeah, this is totally a red flag, man. Flies you out, immediately fucks you. Says you're more perfect than I could have ever imagined. Dude, it's so obvious. This is so obvious. Fuck, dude. Fuck.
To Monaco,
My
and
cat,
that's where
dude,
his
chill,
work event
man.
was. And I remember he told me, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring you to all of the events. And I told him, you know what? I'm going to be in Monaco. So if you can't take me to things, that's fine. I'll just go explore the city. And I remember we get there and he had like a kickoff event, like first things first when we arrived. And so I wasn't invited. I also didn't really want to go. So he went to that and I was just like exploring Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, hey, you're going to be able to come to the event tonight. Do you have something to wear? And I remember being like, I didn't bring anything like for like a professional cocktail party. And he was like, oh, well,
She's a material girl. No, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, she definitely is one of those.
We're in Monaco, so you wear whatever. And I said, okay. So I remember I put on this green romper and we went to this hotel, and I remember being super nervous because I'm used to like networking, but not with like Norwegians and like a bunch of people that aren't like fluent in English, which actually people in Norway, they all are fluent in English. I was very impressed. But I just started talking to different agents because these were all real estate agents, and I'm a realtor. So I felt like I could connect with them so well. And I remember I was talking to this man, me and my ex were talking to this man, and he was like so interested by me. And he said, are you coming to the boat party tomorrow? And I knew there was a boat party coming up the next day, but I also just like assumed I wouldn't be able to go. And I said, well, I looked at my ex, I go, I don't know, like, am I? And my ex looks at me, he goes, well, you're talking to the CEO, so I think that's fine. I said, oh. The CEO was like, yeah, I'd love for you to come. And he was just so nice. And I met so many great people, and also just watching him in his element.
This dude's like 90% lie and half the truth is actually being Danish.
Working, and he's just so charming and charismatic, and everyone, when people talk to him, they're just so fascinated by him, like I was. And so we had a great night, and then the next day was a boat party, and I remember I was just hanging out on the boat, again, just watching him go talk to all these big customers, and I didn't understand a word he was saying, but I just felt like he just looked like he was super smart. And later on that night, I remember they had another event, and I wasn't invited to that event, which is fine, but I came and met up with him afterwards, and we got drinks. And the next day we decided to head to Saint-Tropez. And I remember we get to the hotel in Saint-Tropez. This hotel is so nice. I've stayed in 5-star hotels before, but like I've never stayed in like 5-star hotels that are like a full suite with like private pool. And I like looked up the room, and it was like 1,500 to like 2,000 euros a night. And I'm like absolutely not used to this. And I remember telling him that, because I'm not the type of person to like walk into something like this and be like, oh yeah, like I'm used to this stuff. I'm not gonna be fake. So I told him, like, I am not used to staying in hotels like this, or like especially specifically suites like this. And he was like, well, you know, while we're together, I want you to know, like, I want to give you the world. And I was like, thank you so much. Like,
Yeah, dude. This is so, that's such a, I just want you to know I'm going to give you the world. I want to give you the world. I want to make sure you're taken care of. I want to make sure you're all taken care of. Dude, this guy's about a fucking, I have a feeling, and this could just be a theory here. I have a feeling like all this shit's being booked and she's going to get hit with like the bill or something. I feel like that's going to happen or something. It's going to be something that I'm not anticipating.
Oh, I feel so grateful. And I remember telling him that in that moment. And later on that night, we go to L'Opera and we're having a wonderful time, drinking great wine, having good food. And if you've been to L'Opera in Saint-Tropez, it's very much a party restaurant. Like, you have dancers on the tables. It's like, it's a party scene, but like, you know, that's also like kind of like my vibe when I'm like, you know, have a couple of drinks in me. And we're sitting at dinner and he's talking to me about his mom and talking about how he's so protective over her and how much he loves her and how he like would do anything for her. And
shit,
I remember
man.
just
These
like looking
most...
at him and just being like, this is like everything I want in a man.
These are such obvious red flags. He is buttering you up. He is buttering you up. This is buttering somebody up. This is exactly what it is. The only times he's talked to you so far seems to be where he's propping himself up like he's this great fucking human being. This is literal immediate red flags. He's literally like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just so good at taking care of women. Like, my mom, like I just try to take good care of her, man. I love her so much. Dude.
Family with respect, the chances of him cheating your family with respect are so much higher. And I just felt like I saw his heart, and it just made me just fall for him even more than I had already. And I guess my thoughts had translated to my face because he picked up on some expression and he was like, what is it? And I was like, nothing. He said, tell me. I go, nothing. And then he grabs my face and he pulls it close to him. He goes, tell me. And I say, I'm in love with you.
Oh my God.
And then I started bawling my eyes out at La Opera in Saint-Tropez. And this was a sweet moment, but it was also very uncomfortable and embarrassing because all the workers are all thinking that I'm getting dumped right now when I'm really just falling in love for the first time and like don't know how to control my emotions. And I remember just like bawling my eyes out and being like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to
Dude, I'm sorry. She talked about earlier, her introduction was like, love is a hell of a drug. I don't get it. How can you fall? Do people really fall in love like this? Like, do people genuinely fall in love like this? Because, like, I don't get it. Because so far from what I'm hearing, it's just you talked on the phone with this guy. That's it. And you've only ever really talked about, like, his ex relationship. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like falling in love can... Obviously, like, I do somewhat understand the whole idea of, like, love, like, falling in love at, like, first sight or whatever. Like, you might see somebody and you're like, oh my God, she looks amazing. But, like, you still have to kind of get to that point of, like, getting to know them a little bit. Because let's say you get to know them and you don't like them. And then you're like, oh, okay, never mind. Maybe I don't love them. But, like, I feel like it takes time of, like, truly, like, spending quality time with somebody to really feel like you genuinely love somebody. Like you're in love. Like, I want to be with this person for the rest of my life type of love. She fell in love with the image of a man. Their only mutual interest seems to be traveling and dinner. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, she fell in love with the idea that this guy's, like, a nice guy. He's like the he's my dreamboat of a man. Like, that's what it seems like she's fallen in love with. Like, I feel like falling in real, like, actual love is like when you are like, you've been friends with a person for quite some time and you spend quality time with each other. You guys kind of know each other to a certain degree, like on a big, like a massive degree. You guys like love massive qualities about each other, a lot of interest in a lot of different things. Like, this just seems like, oh, we're both like wealthy people who like to travel. We should get married. We should get married. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't really get this.
This feeling is like,
she's 31, by the way.
Like, and he's just sitting there smiling, and he's like, this is like one of the best nights of my life. And he looked at me, he goes, I want to say it back to you, but I also want to have my own special moment, so I'm not going to do it right now. And I said,
okay, dude.
Thank you, God, because I would not want you to tell me right now. And honestly, never in a million years did I think that I would say I love you first to him, but...
Okay, why would you not want him to say I love you back? I don't really get that. This is like watching, like, this is a 31-year-old woman. This is like high schooler, like, mentality. This is like how high schoolers want their, like, love life to be. This is like how they want, like, their first love to be, like this perfect, like, moment type of shit. I'll be brutally honest with you, man. This is just not how, like, it works. Like, I've said like I just said, like a lot of the time, like when it comes to like actually falling in love with somebody, I feel like it's usually just like you spent quality time with somebody and it kind of just happens in the moment where you're starting to kind of realize like maybe I really have feelings for somebody, and it's kind of just a subtle thing. It's not really like this like, oh my God, eureka moment. Like this is like perfect. Everything's perfect. It's not like some fairy tale like moment. I feel maybe for some it is, I guess, but like I feel like it's usually not like some fairy tale moment. You learn to love people. Yeah, that's what I mean. Bad Netflix rom-com. Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, I mean, you kind of like learn. Yeah, that's what I mean. You learn to love somebody. Like, I feel like love is a thing where it's like over time you start to feel it more and more and more. It doesn't just like out of the blue just happen because, oh, this person just seems like the perfect person for me. It's like it kind of just like grows, I feel.
He pulled it out of me and I felt it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to say it. And I did. And it felt so good. And I remember we went back to the hotel that night, got some sleep. And the next morning we went to Bagatelle and we had just like a beach day. And I used to tell everyone that this was the best day of my life because we spent the whole day just swimming and laughing and eating and having such a great time. And I just thought to myself, like, I could do this forever. And like, I also thought to myself, like, I don't care if we're on a couch in Dallas, Texas. Like, I just want to be around him all the time. And so
yeah, you fell in love with the fucking, you fell in love with the money and all the nice fancy shit. Yeah, exactly. This does not feel like real love. You just fell in love with like the scenery and all the money and everything. You saw all this like luxury and you're like, oh yeah, I could do this for the rest of my life. This is, it's like I said, dude, this is like the rich people mentality, man. Rich people mentality. I don't know how you do it. Like, listen, dude, I'm gonna keep it real. A good day for me is no work. I'm sitting on the couch and I'm playing like a video game, or I'm watching like football on Sunday while my wife is right next to me playing like on her Steam Deck. And we're just having a good time. Or we're watching like a movie together on the couch or something. That's like a good day to me, man. Like, well, I don't get this, man. I don't know. This is just so weird. Wow, swimming and eating were great. With all the details she goes into, what actually happened, that was fun. Listen, man, I don't know.
And I remember just asking him, what are the things
I
that
like swimming.
you think are
Swimming's
important as we like enter into this relationship? And he told me, if you give me respect and loyalty, I will give you the world. And I told him I can do that. And then I told him, there's a few things you should know. Number one, your money is great, but it's the cherry on top of a great sundae. You could lose it all tomorrow and I would not go anywhere.
Lies. Benefit.
But I love you for you. I'm here for who you are.
Where's the truth and lie meter? Where's the true lie meter? Not true. Fake news, not true.
Not the money. Also, cheating is 100% a deal breaker for me. I just feel like I always need to like put that out there. I don't care if we've been married for 15 years with 4 kids. I will leave. I will not put up with cheating. And also, my family is my world. I'm a warrior for my family and friends. And please don't ever put me in a position where I have to choose, because like I love my family so much, and that would be a situation that would.
My cat is
cause me so much
unironically
pain,
trying to break
and
into
I
my
just would
fucking
never-
into the room. He's like actually trying to break into the room. He's trying to open the door. Dude. Chill out, man. Chill out.
Never want to be in that position. He said, I understand completely, and I love that about you. So we set those ground rules, and the next day we go to Cannes. And I remember that first day in Cannes, we're having a great time. We went to the beach for a little bit, and then we decided we're gonna go shopping. And he tells me, you can pick out whatever you want to buy, you can get it. So we're going to like Cartier, we're going to Chanel, we go to Dior. I see this yellow bag I fall in love with, but I felt so uncomfortable because I don't want this man to think that I'm with him for his money. And I didn't want him to feel like I was using him. So I remember just being like, oh, it's okay. Like, I love this purse, but I was like, it's just okay. And we end up going to Dolce & Gabbana, and I pick out this nice pair of $200 sunglasses. And he looks at me, he goes, dang, you're cheap. And I said,
I mean, earlier, Missile, she talked about buying like what was it again? She bought something hella expensive. She said she got back from her vacation in fucking Croatia and bought like an expensive bag and then wanted to work. And I was like, okay, dude. All this shit, and yet she's like, no, don't buy me anything. It's all right. God, dude.
Well, girl, even though I wanted the Dior bag, but I wanted him to know that I was there for the right reasons. Oh my gosh, bachelor trauma is still kicking in. And so later that night, we decided to go to dinner, and we're eating dinner, and I go to the bathroom, and I had myself a fall going to the bathroom, going up the stairs.
She fell down.
Everything went black. And
Excuse
I will
me?
continue on the series in part 4.
This is about to take a turn that I was not expecting in the slightest, dude. Something about a fall. She's describing what the fuck is gonna happen. Now I'm hella curious, man. Now I'm hella curious.
Danish Deception Part 4. Okay, just to recap, we went to Monaco, then we went to Saint-Tropez, and we ended the trip in Cannes. And the very last night we had together, we were at dinner, and I'm walking to go to the bathroom, and I fall, and everything goes black. And let me tell you, I am a clumsy person. I know I'm a clumsy person. I'm always tripping over myself. And that day specifically, I had been tripping over my dress pretty frequently throughout the day. But I've never had like a serious accident before like this. And it was completely out of the blue. I was walking up the stairs, and I remember walking up the stairs, and the stairs in France are extremely narrow. If you've been, then you definitely would probably agree with me. And so I basically came to after falling, hitting my head, and I see these 3 men above me, and they're wearing like these bright turquoise polos. And I remember that they were the waiters. That was what they were wearing. And I remember just like coming awake and being like, what the fuck is happening? But no one was speaking any English. They're all like screaming in French, freaking out. And so I pass out again, then I come to again, and finally I'm able to say, someone go get my boyfriend, and then I pass out again, then I come to
He's
again.
gone. He left. Let me guess, this guy's gone. He saw her trip and fall, and he was like, "God, I can't handle clumsy women like this. Stupid, dumb whores who can't walk up steps correctly."
And then my ex is sitting next to me.
Okay, no, he's here.
And
He's here.
I see him, and I'm like, what is going on? He's like, I don't know what happened. I think you fell. And I'm like, I don't remember anything. I don't know what happened. And he looked at me, he goes, do you have a history with epilepsy? I'm like, epilepsy? No, I don't have any history with that. I was like, why? He said, because you've been having seizures for the past 10 minutes. And I was like, seizures? I have never, ever had a seizure in my life. So this was shocking news, but I also wasn't like all the way there. So I was just so confused at what was happening. And I remember touching my head, and then I looked at my hand, and there was so much blood. And then I like started looking around, and everything felt wet. And I was like,
no wonder her head is so large. It's like swollen. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I was going to the bathroom. So I look at him and I ask him, I'm like, is this pee? He was like, no, they just like dumped water on you. And I was like, okay. And so
she pissed herself.
They basically told us that because the streets
she pissed herself. Let's go. Let's go.
are so narrow, they couldn't bring an ambulance. It had to be a fire truck, which I didn't care. I just wanted to get to the hospital. So these firemen come and they get me up, and I stand up, I look down, look at the puddle of water, then I smell my dress. I go, oh my gosh, this is urine. So you're telling me that I've been dating this man for 3 days, and he is now sitting in a pool of my urine and my blood, watching me have seizures. I was just so, I couldn't believe that this was the reality of what was happening. I get into the truck, and they take us to the hospital, and I'm still freaking out at this point because I literally don't know if I have like a severe brain bleed or what's going on. And they take us into the waiting room, and they're about to take us back. And I remember the nurse said that my ex couldn't go back with me because they still had super strict restrictions from COVID. So he had to wait in the waiting room. And I remember just freaking out because no one is speaking English at this point. And I don't know what to do. I'm so terrified. I feel so alone. And I remember just looking at him and he could just see the fear in my eyes. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. He's like, just stay calm. I was like, okay. And he ends up leaning into me before they tell him that it's time to go. And he tells me, before you go, I just wanted to tell you that I love you. And I just remember being like, really? Here of all places.
Oh, it was so
he was
cute.
Like, yeah, I wanted to tell you. And I said, I mean, I was so grateful to hear it from him, but also I was like, are you only telling me this because you think I'm about to die? And so a lot of things were going through my head, and I ended up going back, getting a CT scan. They ended up saying, hey, everything's good. You just have a severe concussion, hence why I had seizures. And they're like, you're gonna have to get 4 stitches in your eyebrow. You guys can kind of see the scar. I'm wearing makeup, so you can't really tell. So after I get my stitches, I go back out to the waiting room.
I was gonna say, it's probably, she probably got a concussion.
And I automatically just feel this sense of protection and safety because he made me feel so calm, and I was just so grateful to him.
Okay, wait. Nobody told me that she got a concussion. No wonder she fell for more bullshit. She turned into like she's like retarded. Yeah, no fucking wonder, dude. You know what? Concussions can fuck you up, man. Some people get real dumb. You know, some people get real dumb after concussions.
And if you watched the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series, I truly believe that this whole experience was the equivalent to Risa Tisa's tire blowout before she met her ex-husband. And God was telling me to run far away from this man. My bad on misinterpreting this message. And I just thought that this was God's way of telling me that this—
Dude, I mean, like, honestly, if he rolled around in my blood and piss, I guess I'd love him too, you know?
This man's gonna keep me safe, and clearly that wasn't the case. But we leave the hospital and we go back to the hotel, and obviously I couldn't sleep because I had a severe concussion, so we just stayed up talking all night. And the next day I went to go get all my prescriptions, and then we went to the airport, and it was a really, really tough goodbye because I was just so sad to say goodbye to him. And he had already booked a flight to come visit me in Dallas in 10 days. He booked it before I even went to Monaco.
Wonderful.
Because he told me he was so sure of me and of us. And so I knew I was gonna see him in a little bit over a week, but it just wasn't enough. And I just wanted to be with him 24/7. But I said my goodbyes to him, and I was like, you know what? It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna see him soon. Hopped on the plane and went back to Dallas. And it was really difficult to come home for multiple reasons. The biggest reason was that I had to tell my parents that not only did I have this crazy accident, but I also am in love with this man that lives in Denmark. And that's just not a easy conversation to have with the Nigerian parents. And if you know Nigerian parents, or if you have Nigerian parents, you can already assume how this unfolded. Obviously, they support me and they love me and they're wonderful parents, but they were also scared and like, what are you telling me right now? But I dropped the ball, and over time, like, they were so supportive of me and my decisions. I will say the bigger challenge was healing from the head injury because I was just doing crazy ass shit. Like, I remember I got into the shower with my socks on, and I ran out the door with my bonnet on, chasing Smokey through the streets because I thought he ran away, even though he was inside the house. And to this day, I still think I have lingering effects because I'll add all these filler words, and like what I want to say in my head, I think it, but I can't figure out the words sometimes. And it's very frustrating at times, and you will notice it throughout the series. And it's not something I used to do, but overall, I'm fine. My brain's fine. So obviously we're talking on the phone every single day because, you know, we're in a relationship, and he calls me and he says, hey, I'm considering offering on this apartment complex in Copenhagen. And we had talked about his real estate investments back in the south of France. He told me that he owned 3 apartments in Copenhagen, 2 of which were rented out, 1 of which he was occupying as his personal residence. And this apartment complex he was interested in had 34 units, and then there was a top floor that was unfinished, and it could be converted to 10 penthouses. And he said it's fully rented out. It would be such a great investment. The cash flow is great. The only thing is that it's going to take up a lot of my cash liquidity and also like stocks and crypto and everything. And obviously I'm going to be traveling to the States and I want to be mindful of like finances. That's why I like want to bring it up to you. So what do you think? And I said, well, at this point, we had been dating for like a couple weeks. So I didn't feel like I was in a place where I could insert my opinion. So I told him, like, whatever you think, I'll support you. And I also didn't know jack shit about real estate investments in Copenhagen. And also, I had just gone to the south of France with him. That whole entire trip, I had spent 15 euros the entire trip. I tried to pay for stuff. He would not take a dime from me. So at this point, I like almost in like searching for a way to prove to him that I'm not with him for his money. So I told him, I go, if I need to, you know, take on some more of like the financial responsibility in this relationship.
She just like unironically refuses to see the problem. He's trying to use his money constantly over and over and over again for you. That should just be like I said, that should be like a sign like, oh, he's like constantly trying to use his money as a way to be like, hey, I got a lot of money. I'll buy you whatever you want, babe. Like, come on, dude. Fuck. She's too stupid. She hit her head and now she's too dumb.
Happy to do so because this is a partnership and you're there for me when I need you and I'm going to be there for you when you need me. And he said, you know, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think it's going to come to that. But thank you for saying that. I said, of course. So he offers on it and his offer wins apparently by like 1,000 euros. And he decides he's going to move forward with this property maybe a couple days before he came to visit me in Dallas. And I was fully supportive of him buying this property 100% because he's a successful businessman. And if he thinks this is a smart move, then I trust him. And also the money was a whole separate other thing. I didn't care. All I cared about was being with him. So he's coming to Dallas and I'm getting excited, not just because he's coming to see me, but this is a trip where he's gonna start to meet my people and it's getting real. And so I remember he was flying into Dallas. It's the middle of September. And I made this sign. It said, welcome to Dallas, my Danish man. And I'm waiting outside baggage claim, waiting for him to get through customs.
Welcome
and I'm
to
holding
Dallas,
the sign
my Danish
super high,
man.
waiting for him to come through. And I will continue the rest in part 5.
God, dude, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for when the big thing hits because so far it's I can see the red flags, right? I'm seeing the red flags here where it's like, okay, this guy's like kind of acting a bit strange. He's moving this really fast after a breakup. He's using his money to get this girl to win her over. She's like rejecting everything. And even though he's like still trying to use it, she still thinks she's in love with him. She thinks she's in love with a guy, even though all she did was just go on an expensive vacation essentially with him. And apparently that's enough to make you fall in love with the guy. I'm scared.
Danish Deception Part 5. Okay, so
I'm scared.
Comes out of the baggage claim past customs and I see him and immediately I'm hit with a realization that I've got it so bad. And if you've never been in love before, falling in love for the first time is like getting swallowed by a current and you don't even know it's there and you're good one moment.
That's just not even true. Bro, okay, that's not true. Again, I think her love is like, you're in love with something else. When you say it's love, it's not love. You're in love with like the materialistic aspect of the life that you got from him, not because of him. He gave you like all this expensive shit and did all this expensive shit with you. And now you're like, oh my God, this life is amazing. That's what you fell in love with. Because like I said, when you fall in love with a person, it's not this like weird thing where like, oh, I just can't let go of this person. Like I said, love usually takes time. Now, it can get to a point where you're so in love with somebody that you'll ignore the red flags, but that's like when you're like years into the relationship. A normal human being can love somebody and still be able to recognize maybe some negative patterns and have the ability to walk away. It's like, it's not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. Like, this is like, you're getting immediate signs and you're just like full sending it in. You're not even like in a relationship fully yet. Like, a lot of the time when people like get into relationships, they butter you, they kind of treat you like a normal relationship, and they have you kind of fall in love, and then they start to trickle in a little bit of the abusiveness or the bad shit as they go along, because now you're like in it. You're just straight up you fell for it immediately. Like, it didn't even take you didn't even double take some of the weird behaviors. You just said fuck it because he's hot or something.
And before you realize it, you're in deep and there's nothing you can do to control it. And that's how
You're not even in deep.
I knew this man.
You're literally not even in deep. You're at home. You went on a vacation. He paid money for a bunch of shit. You're not in deep. If you want out, you can get out right now. Like, it
has the power to destroy me. And that was exhilarating, but also terrifying at the same time. And I was just really excited to integrate him with my people. And most importantly, I was excited for him to meet Smokey, who is just my world. And watching the way he was with Smokey, they instantly became best friends, and Smokey grew really attached to him. And
Cat?
I mean, I knew I had fallen in love with him, but I realized I hadn't even scratched the surface when I saw him with Smokey.
Oh
and
my
so
God.
We did a lot of things that trip. So we went to a Cowboys game. We went to a retirement party for a partner at my accounting firm. We went to a couple dinners.
Guy is really nice to my pet. God, I love him so much. He's so nice to pets. Like, as if almost like every single person is like kind and caring to like pets. Fuck, dude. She's cooked. She's so fucking cooked. She sees a dude being nice to like a dog or a cat or whatever the fuck her animal is, and immediately is just like, oh God, he couldn't get any more perfect.
And then we also just stayed at home. I cooked a lot. I remember I made him red stew and rice, which is my favorite Nigerian food. It's a staple. And I put a lot of habanero peppers. And I remember being nervous, like, can he handle spice? And he ate it and he loved it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this white boy loves spice. This is perfect.
Dude, this guy might not even be Danish. No fucking shot a Danish person just tanked some spice, dude. No shot. No shot. I don't believe it.
And everything just felt like, again, it felt like everything was aligning. And so
I don't think this guy's Danish.
I wanted to plan something special for him to meet all of my close friends and family. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe we can go meet
I think the theory, my theory right now, after hearing the whole tanking the spice stuff, this guy's not even Danish. I guarantee you this guy is like American. He probably like has Danish in him or something. He's blonde, blue eyes. But like, I guarantee you this guy's like some American dude who's not even Danish. Like, that's my theory right now after hearing that.
He said, you know, like, we can go out to eat. I'll pay for everything. I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. So I planned a brunch, and we went to brunch here in Dallas, and it was a handful of my really close friends, and my two sisters were there, and my cousin and his now wife was there too. So we sit down at brunch, and everyone's like asking him questions, and everyone is just so impressed by him. Again, we're dealing with someone that's very charming, very charismatic. And the thing about my ex is when you meet him, he's so good at asking questions and he's good at listening. And so it's really easy to get into good conversation with him, and it's really easy to connect with him. And so we had a great brunch. I remember I was like in the bathroom and my friends followed me and they're like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Like, we're so happy for you. And I just, you know, I was so grateful to call him mine. And so after brunch, we go grab a drink at a place nearby the restaurant. And at that point, we're all just kind of like chit-chatting, and my cousin and my ex are having a conversation. And this cousin is like a second brother to me. We're very, very close. And I desperately wanted to get the stamp of approval from him. And so obviously they're shooting their shit, and I'm eavesdropping on the conversation 100%. And because I can. And I'm like overhearing them just like, you know, talking about random stuff. And then I hear my cousin ask him, you just have the build.
She's still in love with this guy. I know the way she talks about him sounds like she's still in love with him. It's so weird.
Did you play sports? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually played handball. And my cousin goes, isn't that an Olympic sport? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually went to the Olympics twice. And I immediately inserted myself into the conversation. I go, you went to the Olympics? What? And he goes, you know what? I was like the backup of the backup. I didn't even play. I don't like to brag about it because I don't think it's that big of a deal. I was like, well, did you get medals? He was like, yeah, I got a bronze and I got a gold. I was like, well, that's amazing. Like, I'm so impressed. And so now I'm thinking this man is so humble. So let's add humble to the list of all the reasons why he's such an amazing man. So obviously we had a wonderful trip. He came to Dallas again. I did not spend any money while he was here. I obviously like paid money for groceries when he wasn't around.
He just sounds so
other than that,
perfect.
he wanted to pay for everything. He didn't even want me to like pay for ice cream, like small things. He was like, I want to treat you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I remember he was leaving to go back to Denmark and I was so depressed. And if anyone has been in a long distance relationship, you know how difficult it is to say goodbye. And so I was so depressed and
I get you, girl.
saying goodbye to him at the airport. I'm bawling my eyes out. We finally say goodbye. He goes through security. I go home and I just am crying for like hours. I'm so depressed. And I remember I was supposed to go to a birthday party that night and I texted my friend. I was like, I literally cannot stop crying, so I can't go to this birthday. And I hate canceling things. And so that's how bad it was. I was actually depressed for literally days.
Okay,
and
dude.
After he
Okay,
got-
listen, yeah, I mean, like, long distance relationships are tough, but like, you're canceling plans to go places because your partner's not there. Dude, this is like literal, not depression, this is like obsession. You're like obsessed with this guy. And again, you're obsessed with him not because you love him, because of all these weird attributes. You're obsessed with all the accolades that you're hearing. You're hearing all these like accolades and all these like great things, and you're falling in love with the idea, not like the actual person. Like if you I think the way I would put this is like, yes, long distance relationships are hard, but like people who truly love each other make it work and don't get like depressed when they leave. Like you enjoy the time that you had with each other and you kind of go back to your places and then just continue the average normal life that you guys had. It is like tough for like maybe a week or so, but after a while you kind of get used to the same life that you kind of had at that point. Like you don't get stuck into like a depression where you like can't go do like average everyday things because this like guy that apparently you love so much is not there. Big Aaron, thank you for the blushing pear. Hey, love you too. Hey, I love you too. Thank you for the 2.
Through security, he was like, I can't even walk to the terminal.
You're making
like,
me
I'm so
blush,
depressed, like, I just
Aaron.
want to walk back out and just come back to you. And I was like, I want that too. And he said, you know, we need to start having the hard conversations on like what we want for the future. And I said, absolutely. And so he was like, you know, we need to decide whether or not we're going to live in Denmark or live in Dallas. And I still can't believe this came out of my mouth.
Meet in the middle,
But
man.
I told him, I said, listen, I know you already have like a very much established career. And so if you want me to move to Denmark, I'm more than happy to have that conversation with you and
Where would we
discuss
live?
it. And
Where would
he
we
said,
live? Denmark or Dallas? What kind of fucking question is that? Yeah, I'm gonna pick fucking Denmark. I'm not living in Dallas. The fuck? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of this country. Fuck. They probably don't have shit in Denmark. There's probably nothing like crazy going on in Denmark. You could probably like relax and chill over in Denmark. I'd pick Denmark in a heartbeat.
you know, looking at you with your friends and your family this past week,
That's
has made me
huge,
realize that
Captain
I don't want
C.
to take that away from you. And you're really close with your parents. They're driving distance away. And like, I live in Copenhagen. My family lives in my hometown in Aalborg, which is hours away. I don't have family in Copenhagen. And I want us to be around family, especially like if we're talking about having kids one day. Like, I want that support and I want you to be around the people that you love. And so I was so happy because realistically, I did not want to move to Denmark. And so I was so happy that this man is willing to give up everything to be with me. So I was so excited about that.
Her Danish AD exec Olympian prince that she travels the world and sails boats with. Question nothing, girl. Question nothing, man.
So he was gone for about 3 weeks to a month at this point, and he hadn't booked his flight back to Dallas yet, and then he booked it.
What I'm curious,
on like
okay,
Thursday.
I'm sorry for pausing, but what I'm curious about is he said all these things, but like, why isn't she asking for like proof? Because apparently he's an Olympian. If you know his name, just look him up, right? Look him up. See if he really was on like the Olympic team. And if he's like genuinely a prince, like, I don't know. Like I said, they move so fast. She's never even met the family. She hasn't even met his family. She went there and just met him. This is just too fast. They're talking about having kids. Brother, you haven't even met his family. You haven't even like met his parents or anything. You're just blindly being like, you were an Olympian? No way. That's like, you're just blindly believing everything he says.
I remember it. So now we're in the middle of October of 2022. He books his flight and he said, okay, I'm coming next week, Wednesday. And I said, okay, perfect. And I'm getting all excited again. And so I called him Friday morning, and keep in mind that there's a time difference. So it's like about 7 hours. So whenever I wake up at like 5 or 6, he's basically halfway through his day. And so I called him that Friday and I said, hey, like, how's your day been? He's like, it's been such a stressful, intense day. I go, what happened? And he's like, I found out that the apartment complex that I bought is dealing with some major foundation issues. Like, it could affect safety of the tenants, and I'm really stressing out and I need to get it fixed. And I was like, oh, okay, like, did you schedule the repair? He's like, not yet. It's gonna cost like a hefty chunk of change. I was like, how much is it gonna cost? He's like, $50,000. I was like, $50,000? What? Like, that's obviously a lot of money. I'm sure it's a lot of money to a lot of you. It's a lot of money to me. And so I was like, okay, like, what's the plan? He's like, I mean, I have a good...
$50,000 is not that much, in my opinion. For a guy who owns multiple apartment complexes, according to her, he owns multiple apartment complexes. He's like hella rich, buying her tickets to fly her out into these like great places. $50K doesn't really sound like that much. Sounds like pretty reasonable.
Portion of it, so I just need to ask my dad for a little bit of a loan. And so I remember being like, I can never in a million years ask my dad for a loan.
Oh, he's asking for loans.
So at this point, I was aware of the fact that like they had this royal title, they had this family trust that like, and like the family had money. I didn't really know like how much or the details behind it. But he told me he was gonna call his dad and ask him for a loan. So a couple hours go by, he calls me.
He's asking for
and
loans.
He's really upset. He's like, I talked to my dad on the phone. He will not loan me the money. He says, I've been acting super irresponsible, traveling, doing all these things. And so he just doesn't wanna, he thinks I need to like learn from my actions. And if I'm not prepared for something like this, then there's nothing he can do to help me. And so I felt really bad for him because he essentially felt like his dad was abandoning him, and I felt really bad for him. And so I said, what's the plan? He's like, I'll figure it out. Like, even if I have to like sell some things, like I'll figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, keep me updated, like whatever you need. And so a couple days go by and he's communicating that he's still stressed out about coming up with this money. And so I said, you know what? Like, I can loan.
No. I knew it was coming. I knew it was what?
You the money. And so
you loaned him $50,000? Dude. 50,000? What the fuck? He just took you out on like expensive dates, flew you out to crazy places, and you gave him $50,000 for his renovation shit? What? Okay. This is gonna get too much.
At this point, I had paid off my student loans, paid off my car, bought a house. Like, had a decent savings. I was in a really, really good financial position. And so I wanted to help him, especially because like this man has like treated me.
Okay, I guess fair, sure. You're like rich, so I guess it doesn't matter. But like, I don't know. 50,000's a lot.
So well and done so much for me. And I truly felt like we were in a partnership, especially like when you're talking about the future with someone. And so I told him, like, let me loan it to you. He goes, I would never in a million years borrow money for you. And I was like, it's okay. Like, I don't mind helping. He's like, that's like not even a discussion I want to have. And I said, okay, that's fine. So a couple of days go by and he's still stressing out about coming up with this money. I asked him, like, how much do you need? He's like, it's 10,000 I need. And I was like, again, like, let me loan it to you. 10, he said, no, I'm not taking money from you. And then a couple of days go by and he says, okay, like, now I need 6K. And I was like, okay, again, let me give it to you. He's like, no, I still don't want to take money from you. And then basically, like 2 days before he's supposed to come to Dallas, he tells me, he says, just letting you know, I'm not be able to come to Dallas because I need to figure out this issue. And I'm, at this point, I start freaking out because I'm like, no, like I 100% like want you to come still. Just let me loan you the money so that you'll be fine and we can, you know, be happy and be together. And so after some thinking, he was like, okay, fine, I will borrow the money from you, but you have to promise me that this will be the only time and that you're 100% comfortable with giving me this money. And I said, absolutely, I'm 100% comfortable. And we will continue on in part 6.
How much did you give him? I'm scared. I'm freaking out a
Danish
little.
Deception part 6.
I'm freaking out a little
I
here.
decided to loan him this money, and he's agreed to it. So I download this app. It's called Revolut, and it's kind of like Venmo where you can send money internationally instantly. So I download it. It took like a day to like verify all my information, and I was able to send him the 6K. And
Okay,
the next day
6,000.
he flew into Dallas.
Oh, I got worried she actually sent him 50. I got worried she sent him $50,000, man. Holy shit. 6K. Well, okay, still 6K is a lot. But 50,000 would have been fucking insane. 50,000 would have been insane. 6K is still a lot though. I'd shit my pants over 6K.
To come be with me. And so that trip was really fun. We really didn't do a whole lot. I remember we just like went to the state fair and we went to dinner like once, and the rest of the time we just hung out at home. And I remember it was hard for him because he was dealing with some really bad back pains, and I think it was just because he was flying a lot, and he said he injured his back when he was playing handball. So I remember I was giving him like
6K is like 2.5 months for me. Dude, honest, I know. I was going to say, I was like, man, 6K is like 3 months worth of paycheck for like most people.
Almost
Fucking
every single day
sucks.
because it was really, really bad. And so this trip was very, very short. He was only there for a week, but I would say this was a very special trip for us because this was like the first time that he actually started making friends, like through me. And I started watching him start to make guy friends. And so this was when I got even more excited because I felt like we were really starting to, you know, build a life here in Dallas together. So he leaves, obviously, again, I'm depressed again. And at this point, I know he's definitely planning on coming to Dallas for Thanksgiving to meet my parents. But I didn't know when he was planning on flying back. And so basically he's gone, and I feel like the second he leaves, like everything just kind of like starts to like fall apart for
Thank
him.
you for the
And so-
poop. Big Aaron, thank you for pooping on me. Thank you for the 99-cent poop.
For starters, his back pain was getting like much, much worse. He was complaining about it every single day. Like he would text me in the middle of the night being like, it hurts so bad. Like, and I
What's happening
I felt
here?
terrible because I wanted to help him, but there was nothing I could do because I'm living 5,000 miles away. On top of that, his uncle, who was really sick with cancer, had passed away. And he told me the funeral was gonna be the next week. And I remember telling him, I will fly to Denmark if I need to, if you want me to be there for you. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like I can handle it. It's okay. And so basically that happened. And then I remember I went to Charlotte to go visit one of my girlfriends who had just had a baby. One of my girlfriends that I've been friends with for years and years since college. And so I'm in Charlotte with my friend, and I get a text from him. He's saying, hey, my dad's in the hospital. And I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And he was like, we still don't understand what happened, but the doctors are running tests. And so later on that day, he told me that he had blood poisoning, and he had like, his infection numbers were like going crazy. And I remember telling him, well, if you're not able to come to Dallas in November, obviously I'll understand, especially like if your dad's in the hospital, like I understand completely. Again, I told him, I'll be there for you if you want me to. He's like, it's okay. Over the course...
This is gonna take a turn, man, because 1 minute he's living the dream. He's this perfect, amazing guy. Now all of a sudden everything's going completely south. Like... This is what, like, this is red flags. Like, this is weird. 1 minute you're like in a fucking weird situation where this guy's like this perfect guy and everything that's happening is so perfect. Everything's perfect. Now all of a sudden this guy's uncle's dying from cancer. His back is blowing out. He can't afford to pay for these $50,000 renovations, so you end up giving him $6,000 to help with it. And now his dad is going through some blood problems. Interesting. His life is just falling apart in front of you for some reason.
Of the next couple days,
Hi, my
his
name's
dad
Rezi.
started to show some more improvement. So he ended up deciding to come to visit me in Dallas. So now we're in November of 2022. So he comes back to Dallas, and basically this was a very exciting trip because number one, I used to be on the board of a organization called UIU. It's a nonprofit that celebrates Igbo Nigerian culture, and my culture is so important to me. And so I was the event coordinator for the Dallas chapter, and I was so proud of this. Like, we had just won chapter of the year out of all the chapters in the nation. It was just such a huge accomplishment for me and my whole board. And I remember my cousin, who I told you guys I'm really close with, he was the president. And so we had a huge gala that we planned that year, and we had people flying in from all over the country to come. And obviously it took a lot of planning, and I was working really hard to make sure it was executed perfectly. I remember the day of the gala comes, and he is helping me set up, do everything that entire day. And this was the first time that I fully integrated him with a bunch of Nigerians. And I was really curious to see how he was gonna react to being with all these people, because obviously Nigerians are so much fun, but some people might think we're a little bit too much. Forget them, but I wanted to make sure that he wasn't one of those
True.
people. So
True.
we have the gala, he helps me set up all day.
Fucking
and I'm just kind of watching
Nigerians.
him at the gala, just talking to people, and he's getting along with everyone. He's dancing to the Afro beats, and I just feel like, okay, he really takes my culture seriously. Like, he wants to make sure that I know that he's gonna make sure this is a part of his life too. And I remember just being really happy about that. And so after the gala was done, it was a couple days, and my parents came to visit me in Dallas for Thanksgiving. And so I remember he went to go stay at a hotel because my parents, obviously, they're Nigerian, very traditional. We wanted to be respectful. So he went and stayed at a hotel, and my parents came to visit, and he was here
Too
with my
much
parents
chicken.
downtown.
Honestly, that's a red flag to me. I mean, walks in and all of a sudden he fits in perfectly with the Nigerian culture. Sounds like he's got a type. I mean, if I were him, I would have walked in and I would have said, God, it smells like KFC in here. Fuck, can we open up a window? Fuck me. God, you guys got so much fucking chicken. Jesus Christ. Could we get any darker in here? I mean, can we get some light in here? Jesus.
And I'm telling you, my parents fell in love with him immediately. And I think watching him with my dad it just warmed my heart because they just instantly connected. And my dad, like everyone else, was very fascinated by him. And I remember the following day we went to African market with my parents. It was just me, my ex, and my parents. And he's talking to my parents about the Olympics, and they're asking him all these questions. And he was like, yeah, the gold medal I gave to my mom, she has it. And then the bronze medal, I actually donated it to charity. And I'm just like, this guy is just so fucking amazing.
Yeah, he donated his bronze medal to charity. Yeah, uh-huh. Hold up. What did he do with the gold one?
Parents, it was just me, my ex, and my parents. And he's talking to my parents about the Olympics, and they're asking him all these questions. And he was like, yeah, the gold medal I gave to my mom, she has it. And then the bronze medal, I actually donated it to charity. And
gave the gold medal to his mom and the bronze to charity. This guy was not in the Olympics, and it blows my mind that she didn't think to look up his name. I'm so confused. I'm so lost. He was not in. Who the fuck? Who donates their Olympic medals? If I won an Olympic medal, I would never give it to my parents. The fuck? It's my medal. I won the goddamn medal. Why would I give it to my mom? What purpose does my mom have with my medal. It's my medal. It's for me. Why would my mom even take my medal? My mom would probably be like, why are you giving this to me? I don't want this. She wouldn't, like, what? And then why would I get rid of my bronze one for charity? Like, you sold it for money for charity? Why would you do that? You won these in the Olympics. That you should keep it. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
This guy is just so
He's so perfect. Yeah,
amazing.
he's just so good.
And so
yeah, he's so good.
We had an
so
amazing Thanksgiving. It was his first Thanksgiving in the state. And my grandmother had recently just passed away. And this is my dad's mom. It was really, really sad. And he was talking to us about the plans for the burial. And so he said, we're going to do the burial in May.
That shit would
It's
be
gonna in
mine
the village,
forever.
Nigeria.
Exactly,
And he
man.
looks at my
What the
dad and he
fuck?
says, I'll be there. And I remember looking at him like,
Oh, he's so humble, though. You don't understand. You don't understand. He's such a humble and kind guy. He's such an amazing, kind, and humble dude. If I ever met a fucking person that told me they sold their bronze medal from the Olympics for charity, I would know full well that person is just like some pretentious asshole who's only, if they really did sell it, I'd be like, damn, you're really just doing this to seem like a nice guy. No one does that. Just, if you want to donate to charity, just donate your own money. You don't need to sell your bronze medal to give it to charity or something. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, that literally makes no fucking sense to me. He literally is just trying to shove it in your face that he's like a nice guy. You can trust me. I'm a nice guy. Bear me with it, bitches. Fuck the next generation. I think people looked into it and the country had never won a bronze in handball. He said gold, dude. He said gold and bronze. And I was going to say, I was like, has Denmark, not to be mean to Denmark, but like, okay, Denmark's handball team had won 3 from the women's and 2 golds for the men's. So men won gold twice and they won silver. So he is, like I said, he is lying. He didn't win bronze. They never won bronze. Denmark never won bronze. They've won silver and gold. So the gold part maybe, but why would he lie about the bronze at that point? That doesn't make any sense. So
I think you really understand what you're agreeing to. And he said, I don't care. I'm going to be there. I'm like, we're talking about the village in Nigeria. We're not just talking about like a big city where you can get a little bit of culture shock, but you like, or go back to your hotel. And no, we're talking about being in the village. And he said,
also to point this out, they won in 2024. And I'd imagine this story, or when this all happened, this was not in 2024. I can't imagine her little stint with this guy was in 2024. It sounds like he was on the handball team back in the day, and he's not currently on it. So one of the golds is obviously not his. And then one was in 2016, which maybe he was there for 2016. Who knows?
Said, I don't care. I'm going to be there. And so that was when I realized, like, this man really takes my culture seriously. He wants to be there for me.
It takes one Google search,
be there for
man.
my family.
It takes one Google search for her to look up when did Denmark win the Olympics, and it takes one effort to find out they never won bronze. And she could have simply just asked him, "Hey, it says you guys never won. Denmark never won bronze before. I thought you said we won. I thought you guys said you won bronze." It takes one one Google search.
And that meant so much to me. And so at the end of the trip, I told him, I said, this week has showed me that I know that I want to spend my life with you. And I'm just, thank you for being the man that you are. And he said, I want to spend my life with you. And I'm going to let you know, like, I already know that I want to marry you someday. Like, and I don't want you to ever doubt that. And so he asked me, he's like, I have a question. Like, do you have an idea of what ring you would want? And I was like, I mean, I have some ideas, but I have not thought about it really extensively. And so he said, what are your thoughts on us going ring shopping? And keep in mind, at this point, we've been dating for like 4 months, 3-4 months. And so I was like, okay, let's do it. So we found a jeweler. We went and we tried on some rings. I remember I'm trying on lab grown and natural, and I'm like looking at the price differences, and I'm like, I am not allowing you to buy me a natural stone because that number is just crazy. I'd rather us spend money investing, doing other things. And he said,
So
well, let me
frugal.
look into it because I kind of do want to get you natural. And I was like, no, we're getting a lab grown. And I remember, like, if you've, you know, gone ring shopping, you know, the price difference is like astronomical. And so I remember I picked out a ring that I really liked, and then we left, and that was basically the end of like the rings for that moment. And so he goes back to Denmark, and the plan was for me to go on a trip with him for Christmas. As I mentioned previously, my parents were traveling for Christmas, and him and his older sister do not have a relationship. Like, they can't be in intimate settings together, so they alternate Christmases. Like, he had last Christmas, so this Christmas was her Christmas. So we already had planned to spend Christmas together. And so originally we were talking about going to South Africa, like I mentioned before, and then we started looking at flights, and he was like, it's a long trip, I only want to fly business, and they were like $12,000 round trip. And he's like, well, maybe we can make it work. I was like, we are not spending that much on flights to South Africa, that's not happening. And so I started looking at other flights, and then we talked about maybe going to Brazil.
He's so... Dude, another red flag. I don't want to keep pausing for the red flags, but he is so adamant about this weird money spending. Yet, not even that long ago, he's talking about how he doesn't have enough money to pay for this big thing. And he's like stressing out about how he can't pay for this big thing. And now all of a sudden he's like, we got to pay for this and this and this and this. And this isn't a red flag to you? Like, you are literally sitting here self-admitting, like, we shouldn't be paying for this expensive thing. I don't want to pay for this expensive thing. We shouldn't pay for this expensive thing. And you just don't like think that's maybe like a bit strange that he just keeps being adamant about like paying for these like really, really expensive things. I don't know, like that's just weird to me. Like, how do you not like, I don't know, that's a huge red flag.
And
big
then
money
he
spender.
Tells me, okay, make an itinerary and look at hotels and flights and everything and send it to me, and I'll book it. We're gonna go to Brazil. I said, okay, sounds good. So I wake up one day, I said, hey, did you book the travel? And he was like, no,
I won't go to
haven't,
South
but there's
Africa,
something
but
to
I'll go
talk
to
you about. I
Brazil.
go, what's up? He goes, so I talked to a doctor because my back has gotten really, really bad, and it turns out I have 2 herniated discs, and I'm gonna need to get surgery. And I said, okay, like, that's fine. And he said, I'm gonna have to get surgery December 21st. And I said, oh wow, okay, well, that's fine. We don't need to go on a trip. I'll just come to Denmark and I'll help you recover and everything. And he said, actually, no, I don't want you to come to Denmark. I want you to be there, but I don't want that to be the first time you meet my parents, and they definitely want to be there. And at this point, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm your girlfriend, and we're talking about a future. Why would I not be there when you're getting a major surgery? And I will continue on.
He doesn't have a
in
fucking
part 7.
disc issue.
Okay, Danish Deception, part 7. So he tells me that he needs to get a back surgery, and he does not want me to come to Denmark because he wants me to meet his parents with him there, because there's a serious language barrier, and he wants to make sure that I can communicate with them through him. And he's like, I don't want you to be using Google Translate to talk to them the first time you meet them.
This guy, dude, he apparently speaks fluent fucking English, and his parents don't have a lick of understanding of English, even though apparently they're rich family. They don't speak at least a tad bit of English. They're fucking apparently got some royal blood in them, and they don't have any idea of how to speak English. Only he does. Only he does. He's the only one that apparently knows, like, good English. Dude, this is... Oh my god, man. She is genuinely retarded. She's actually just stupid. These don't rub you the wrong way. He doesn't want you to come to Denmark when he's going through a surgery because he doesn't want you to meet his parents that way. That doesn't make any sense. You guys are apparently in a serious relationship, and you're willing to go out there to be with him during his surgery, and he's like, no, please
Yeah, and at first I was really upset because I felt like he wasn't treating me like I was his family. And I remember having a conversation to my mom about it because I was really frustrated. And she asked me, she said, do you think his parents know about you? And I remember I got really defensive because I told her, in what world would his parents not know about me? And I told him, you know, I really want to be there. I was still kind of like pushing on him for like the full day. And I remember like that was like one of our first like little fights. At this point, we had not fight at all. Like we have not had a single fight in the last 4 months because it's December of 2022. And so I told him, I said, listen, I really want to be there for you. And he was like, honestly, I don't want to like fight about this anymore. Like, let's just put this to rest. And I remember being frustrated because I also didn't have plans for Christmas because my family was going to be traveling. And I had planned to spend Christmas with him. So I remember I reached out to my best friend, Natalie. I was talking to her about the situation. And she said, why don't you fly to New York, spend a couple days with me, and then we'll go spend Christmas in Boston with my family. And I said, okay, like we can do that. And so I brought up the option to my ex. He said, I think that's a great idea.
Just go spend it with your
don't want you to
family.
spend Christmas by yourself. And so I said, okay, that works. And I'm obviously extremely sad because at this point I hadn't seen him in weeks. And now I don't know when I'm going to see him again because he's getting the surgery on December 21st. So I made plans, booked my flight to New York. And a couple days before I leave, he told me, you know, maybe what we can do is you can come to Denmark maybe a couple days.
These people live insane lives of work. Dude, I know the amount of trips that she's on. She's never in one place. She's like, apparently she lives in Dallas, but she's going all out to all of these places, man. And like, this is just so like fucking, this makes me so sad, man. I wish I could do this. What the fuck? I can't even leave my state without being like, fuck. I'm low on money again. You know, I go on one vacation. I went on one vacation and then it's immediately back to like, well, shit. Low on money again. Gotta save. What the fuck?
Back surgery because the doctors say that I need to be up walking a couple days afterwards. And
true, all the
it's
time
just my
off
mom
too.
That's gonna come. So what we can do is you can come meet my mom and we can go see like the Christmas lights. And at that point I'll be able to translate and everything. And so I said, that's fine. So I was like, I'll fly to New York, go to Boston, spend Christmas with my friend Natalie. And then I'll also have like an extra bag packed for like things to wear in Copenhagen and just make sure I'm prepared to figure out what the plan is whenever he tells me. And so I think we had decided that it was December like 26th or 27th that I was gonna go to Copenhagen and then spend like a week there. So I go to New York, have a great couple days with my friend Natalie. And then on like the second day I'm in New York, I get a message from him and he said, oh my goodness, my dad's back in the hospital. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. He's like, his infection numbers are bad again, his blood poisoning again. And he ended up getting diagnosed with leukemia.
Convenient.
And I just, you know, I wanted to be there for him. And I said, you know, like, do you want me to come? Like, I want to be there for you. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to navigate through these things without having like your partner there to support you. And he said, right now, I just need to like focus on
10 more hours.
my family.
Yeah, right.
And
man.
I'm grateful for you to be here, but I also don't want you to meet my dad for the first time in a hospital bed. And I'm obviously frustrated because I really want to be there for him, but I also don't want to be too pushy because I'm like,
doesn't make any sense. His dad apparently has like terrible blood problems and it seems like he's in such bad condition he could possibly pass away, and you don't want her to meet your dad in a hospital bed. Yeah, what if he doesn't get out of the hospital bed? Has that never does that cross your mind at least once? You got a big fucking head. I mean, lady, you have a big brain. You got a big head. The wheels got to be churning or at least just moving at least a little bit, you know? That doesn't make much sense. If my dad was on his last, if he was laying there, just he was barely functioning. I'd want my wife to go at least meet him once, so at least he gets to see her and know who the lucky lady is, you know, or you know, that would be ideal. That'd be ideal. She's 95% skull up there. Like, he did die, unfortunately. So he was going through a blood issue. Interesting. So he's not lying about that part. But he doesn't want her. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any sense. Bro.
Your dad's in the hospital. I don't want to put too much on him. And so we made the decision that I was just going to be kind of like on standby, which was fine because I was with my best friend Natalie and I love her so much. And so I was having honestly a wonderful time with her and her family. And so we had left New York, went to Boston. Obviously, I'm still in constant communication with him, trying to figure out what's happening. And he sends me a message. I think it's on December 23rd. He sends me a message and he says, I'm so angry. I just got into a fight with my sister. And maybe like 5 minutes later, he gives me a call and I'm like, what happened? He said, we're sitting in the hospital room and my dad is obviously laying in the bed and my older sister looks to me and says, so where are you spending Christmas? And I said, not with you, bitch. And it turned into a huge fight. They start screaming at each other in the hospital. He storms out. He feels so disrespected. His mom's upset. His little sister's upset because, like, you know, they're already spending some of their holidays in the hospital. And like now, like they have all this tension in the family. And so I remember just being like so confused as to like why his sister is like this awful person. Like, why is she treating you like this, especially at a time when your dad is not doing okay? And so he calls me. He's
Are
like,
the wheels
so
churning
upset.
a little?
Like, I want to get away. And I said, well, let me know what you need from me. Like, I'm literally
now, lady, use your brain a little bit. Why would she say something like that? Why would she say something like that? That is very intriguing, right? That's very strange. Their dad is dying in the bed. And yet the little sister says, I'm not spending Christmas with you, asshole. Now, why would she say something so mean? Let's use our brain a little bit. Maybe this guy's not very nice. Maybe this guy's not very good. Maybe he's kind of a dick. Maybe he's not a good person. Maybe. Just throwing it out there. Maybe. Just at least keep it in the back of your mind, maybe.
And he said, well, I obviously, like, now that I'm like don't want to be around my family, I would love to see you. And I said, okay, well, I can book a flight to Copenhagen and come stay with you. And he said, I don't know, I just kind of feel like I just need to get out of Denmark. And at that point, he was obviously in his hometown in Aalborg, which is 4 hours north of Copenhagen. And so he took a train back to Copenhagen. He's spending Christmas completely by himself. So sad. And we're still trying to iron out what the plans are. And he, again, tells me, I want to leave Denmark. And I was like, are you sure? Because at this point, like, I knew that I wouldn't say we were having like financial issues, but I knew like obviously there was like a little bit of tension with like all of his expenses that were adding up. And so I was like, you know, it might be easier for me to just fly there and I can just stay with you. And he's like, I just really want to get away. And I said, okay, where do you want to go? He said, have you been to Paris before? And I said, no, I actually have not been to Paris. And he's like, well, let's do Paris.
Okay.
And I said,
okay. Financials are adding up. This guy doesn't have money. He's constantly trying to go on vacations to different places. I'm starting to think maybe he is rich, but he's like trust fund baby. Like the money is his parents and he's just spending it like willy-nilly. Like he's just throwing money at the wall. And he's just low on cash, but he just keeps spending it. Guarantee you this guy's got like insane debt. Like absolutely massive insane debt piled up. That's what I'm starting to think.
Okay.
Hi, Gia.
I'm absolutely down to do Paris. And so I look at flights. I book a flight from Boston to Paris, the layover in Iceland, and I leave on the 26th and I get to Paris on the 27th and I see him. He meets me at the airport. We arranged our flights to make sure we landed around the same time. And something I need to add is before I had gone to Paris, he had told me that he had made a transfer from his business account to his personal account. And obviously in the States, when you make a transfer like
No, oh, Gio, listen, I'd love to give you a call baby boy. But I'm gonna have to go to bed pretty soon at some point here.
That it's just like a click of a button. Like I have a business account.
Plus, we got a whole 25-part series that we got to get through here.
Click of a button. But he told me that in Denmark, when you make a transfer from your business account to your personal account, it actually has to go through the IRS. They take out the taxes and then they deposit the money into your personal account. And I'm over here thinking like that's so crazy. But I also know like Denmark is a foreign country that I don't know anything about. I didn't question it for a second.
Why not?
And so
why not? I didn't question it for a second. Sounds like you. Let me go back and I while Gio was talking, I might have missed something here because I don't know what she's talking about when it comes to.
I wouldn't say we were having like financial issues,
Okay,
but and I said, okay, where do you want to go? He said, have you been to this? And so I look at flights. I book a flight from Boston to Paris, the layover in Iceland, and I leave on the 26th and I get to Paris on the 27th and I see him. He meets me at the airport. We arranged our flights to make sure we landed around the same time. And something I need to add is before I had gone to Paris, he had told me that he had made a transfer from his business account to his personal account. And obviously in the States, when you make a transfer like that, it's just like a click of a button. Like I have a business account, it's a click of a button. But he told me that
well, I mean, it should be a click of a button literally anywhere else. But I mean, let's not really think about that. Let's not think about
in Denmark, when you make a transfer from your business account to your personal account, it actually has to go through the IRS. They take out the taxes and then they deposit the money into your personal account. And I'm over here thinking like that's so crazy, but I also
doesn't
know,
make any
like,
sense.
Denmark is a foreign country that I don't know anything about.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Denmark's different. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense though. Why would they do that? That doesn't.
I didn't question it for a second. And so he said, I'm just gonna ask my mom to give me a quick little loan so I can obviously cover everything with Paris and
Asking
whatnot.
mom for a loan
And
again.
I said, okay, just let me know what she says. And then he basically came back to me and said, she said that she will only give me the money if I spend a couple more days with the family. I said, well, you should do that. Like, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to take you away from your family by any means. And he said, I don't even want to be around them right now. It's just like not good for my mental health. And then I said, okay, well, what do you need from me? I said, I can cover like the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. And at that point we had been on 2 trips together, or no, we'd only been on 1 trip together to the south of France. And then Paris was going to be our 2nd trip. The rest of the times he had now visited me in Dallas 3 times. And so I told him, I said, I can pay for the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. He said, are you sure? I said, yeah, of course. He's like, I just don't know what I would do without you. Like, I just feel like I keep hitting these roadblocks and you are there to pick up the pieces every single time. And I'm so grateful for that. And I said, I'll always be there to support you. So now we can go back to landing in Paris. We meet at the airport and he told me, he's like, letting you know I'm not in the best mood. I've been just like really upset. And I said, I am here to make you happy. So we land in Paris, we see each other, we're so happy. And we had the most spectacular trip in Paris. Like, we were just exploring. It was my first time there. And it was, obviously I paid for a lot of that trip and he paid for a little bit of the trip too. So we both kind of paid. And keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. I am not concerned about the money. I don't know why I should have been concerned. I should have been noticing these red flags.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, possibly, maybe. It's starting to sound like you're becoming his little pay piggy. You're becoming his little pay piggy. He's slowly converting you into his little pay piggy where you pay for all his little vacations and trips. And he really doesn't have all that kind of money.
Bro, like, where's my money? But again, this is someone that I am planning on marrying, and money at this point, like, money comes and goes, and I wasn't focused on that. I was just focused on us. So we finish our trip in Paris, say our goodbyes, and we start just, you know, getting depressed as we always do when we say goodbye. And I board my flight to Dallas, and he asked me, what are your thoughts on us meeting with an immigration attorney just to get an idea of what the process entails. And I said, absolutely, I would love to do that. Obviously, I had Googled and looked into a few things, but nothing concrete. At the time, one of my best friends was working part-time for immigration attorneys. So I reached out to her. I said, hey, can I get her contact information? And she said, yeah, of course. She gives me her contact information. And I call her. We set up a meeting.
Oink, oink, little piggy girl. Pay up, little piggy.
He had a work trip in Norway that he was at. And at this point, also, little side note, we had started sharing our locations while we were in Paris. So
Okay.
I had his location at this point, and I could see that he was in Norway. And he also FaceTimed me from the hotel room. So he was in Norway, 100%. And we had a call with the lawyer, and we were discussing the process. And she tells us it's going to take 18 months for you guys to get all of this process after the time.
That's fucking insane, bro. I mean, I'm like, okay. Am I crazy for thinking like the immigration system is just retarded? Like, why would it take 18 months to get that processed? What the fuck are you processing? What do you need to process that takes 18 months to get somebody immigrated to a different country? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I feel like it should just be the click of a fucking button. Hey, this person seems like a good person. They don't have any track record of being a criminal. They don't look like a bad person. They have no history of being bad. Do like an interview, do your interview with the person, see if they're like good fit for whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then you go. Why would it take 18 months? The fuck, dude? That's a whole year. That's a year and a half. Does he start cheating on her at some point? I have no clue. I don't know this. I'm learning about this story right now. This is apparently this is a 26, 25 part story. We're on 7 right now, man.
And I was like, 18 months. She's like, everything is super backed up because of COVID. I always want to let my clients know this stuff so that they are fully
COVID
prepared.
time.
And I just felt like that sounded like such a long time. But we finished the conversation with the lawyer, and I then call my ex, and we're talking, debriefing on everything. And there's 2 different types of ways to get permanent residency in the United States. There's consular processing, and then there's another way where you basically apply for the visa and you're living in the States full time while you're processing the visa.
He wants to move to
So
America.
obviously, because he was still working a lot and traveling a lot for work, and because of his dad's health, we decided we would do consular processing, because why not?
Don't tell me this is a fancy green card situation. He's found a way to get the green card so he can get to America. The Danish Deception. Yeah, that's the name of the story. Maybe not that long, but damn close at least. They're crafty little guys. No, they are. I said this earlier, man. I was like, we talk about how Jews are crafty, man. You got to look out for the Danish. They can be really shifty. The Danish are shifty people, man. They're deceptive little guys, dude. They make you think they're good, kind-hearted people, but they'll do some fuck shit, you know? They'll fuck you up. Not physically, but more mentally. You know, they know how to really grind your gears, how to fuck you over, man. They're good at it. Dude, I'm not nearly as crafty as a Dane. I know, man. I'm surprised the guy didn't self-delete listening to this woman. This chick knows how to blabber away. A real yapaholic. Luka Doncic is a shifty Danish or some shit.
Having the discussions on,
It's not
okay,
even
but
Danish.
the clock starts after we get married. And that's when he says, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And I was like,
God.
well, I would marry you tomorrow. And he was like, wait, really? And now the time has come for me to drop the first of many bombs on you guys. This man is actually not my ex-fiance. He is my ex-husband.
Yeah. Okay, so we're getting to it. He tricked you for the green card. He tricked you for the green card. We got it. Yeah, I'm starting to learn. Now the question is, do I leave it off of part 7 and we continue tomorrow? Or do I sneak in a few extra parts? Do I try to get in, do I sprinkle in a few extra parts? This girl might be seriously retarded. Well, Gio, you missed it. She actually, when she was on a vacation trip with him, the first one, she banged her head on the floor and got a massive, serious concussion and was like in her own piss and blood. She was like, because she had to go to the bathroom, so she pissed herself. And then like her head was bleeding. And so I think maybe that contributed. If you missed it, this guy is royalty and also went to the Olympics and got 2 medals. Yeah. He's apparently this perfect human being, right? She met him in Croatia, and he's this perfect guy. He's this perfect guy who apparently is royalty in Denmark. He's an Olympic medalist, by the way. Keep in mind, she didn't look it up. He said he won bronze and gold. He said he's won bronze and gold. If you, in handball, all it takes is one Google search to look up when did Denmark win gold in, win in handball in the Olympics. They've never won bronze. They've never won bronze. So he is lying about the bronze. He did not win a bronze medal in the Olympics. That just didn't happen. I'm rubbing my little penny pinchers together thinking about the penny pinchers. He's a Danish prince scamming a Nigerian girl.
We'll pick back up in part 8. The Danish Deception, part 8. I was not going to leave you guys hanging, but I do have a wedding tonight, so this will be the final part of the evening. And just want to let you guys know, I need you to bear with me. I do have a job. I do have a life. I'm trying to do this at my own pace, but I also wanted to say,
but job, I have a life. Brother, you just explained, for the last 7 parts, you essentially just explained how you went on vacation pretty much almost every 2-3 months, man. You don't work. Like, bro, you got time on your hands.
Here, this is not easy to share with the world, but your support truly means so much to me. All right, so yeah. We were not just engaged, we were married, and we are now divorced. So once we made the decision to get married, I remember we had a phone call over the course of like 6 hours. In one day, we talked on the phone about all the things that we wanted to get out of life. We talked about kids, we talked about religion, we talked about everything. And at the end of that day, he told me, do you still want to get married? And I said, absolutely.
Such a judgy bitch.
I'm in love with
She's
you.
like
I
rich.
want to build a life with you. I want to have a family with you. So the decision was very, very simple. And so he already told me about a month prior that he had reached out to his realtor about putting out feelers about selling his home. Because at this point, now that we're getting married,
like, dude, okay, it's at a point where it's like, dude, how did you not recognize this? He conveniently is this perfect man for you. Then all of a sudden he's having life issues, money issues, family issues, even though he went from being this like wealthy guy who was perfect to now he's having like problems. And conveniently he brings up marriage and you just say, oh, let's go. Let's do it. He brings up moving to another country and then just says, yeah, I'll marry you on the spot. I'll marry you on the spot. It's not even hard to recognize. It's not even like it's not even deception. It's just he's laying it out for you in bold letters. It's so easy to see. He's just fucking you for a green card. I mean, that's all he's doing. I mean, it's not that hard. You can clearly tell. Like, that Chad Thundercock has a rough home life. True, I'm sorry.
Try to spend as much time in Dallas as possible. And I was absolutely okay with that. And so in the beginning of January, he had told me that his realtor got an offer off market for his place. And I was like, that's great. And he was like, I'm going to probably take a loss, So, I mean, I'm just trying to get as much as my down payment back. And I was like, how much are you going to end up getting back? He said, probably around.
Oh, this
$500,000.
woman is
And I was
definitely
like,
what
well,
Babka's
that's,
like.
You know, a good solid base for us to have. And I was more than okay with that. Keep in mind, he still does owe me money at this point. So they end up going under contract. The plan is for the house to sell by the end of January. And everything seemed like it was going smooth.
The Babka. Oh, fuck, I forgot Gio doesn't know Babka. Gio doesn't know who Babka is. Babka is a mod for Dickers, which you probably don't know who Dickers is, but he's this guy. He's like in the community. He's like somewhat in the community. Well, not somewhat. He is in the community. He is pretty much the community. He's like pretty much him, Aiden, and like, you know, he's like one of the bigger ones.
And then one day he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst day ever. And I'm like, oh, now what? He's frantic. He's like, there's a fire in the control room, the electrical control room at the apartment complex that he bought. And he's just like, I don't know what to do. He's like, there's no power. Like, no one has power. He's like, I just paid this guy $2,000 to bring generators to power up the whole entire apartment. I have an electrician coming. And he's like,
Babka is the commentary community's annoying mother hen. True. True. He's a hobbit that helps Frodo.
Like, freaking out. And
like, dude, it's so, oh, wow, convenient. So convenient. He's now having even worse issues.
He basically used all of his money he had to put towards like the generators and paying the electrician for as much work as they could do. And I was like, okay, like what now? And he was like, I need help. At this point, he has now asked me for help. He said, can you send me $5,000?
Oh my God. So you already sent him 6K and now he's like, I need 5,000. Can you send it to me? In last time he said he wasn't going to ask you. Last time he said, no, I would never ask you again. You shouldn't even be giving me this kind of money. This is ridiculous. I can't believe you're giving me 6K. What the hell? Now it's, I need your help. I need $5,000. So now they're married. Keep in mind, now they're married. So he's in. He's already locked the fuck in. He's locked in. So now it's, I need your help. Give me 5,000.
And I said, yeah, of course, I can help you.
No, he doesn't live in an apartment, Gio. So according to him, he owns apartment complexes. He spent a shitload of money to, I'm putting air quotes here. He spent a shitload of money on one that needed expensive repairs. So she randomly decided to offer him $50,000 to pay for the repairs. And he was like, no, I could never take your money. Drops it all the way down to $6,000. And she gives him the $6,000 for the repairs. Now, all of a sudden, conveniently, the same apartment complex is having a fire in the control room and he needs $6,000 to repair it.
And love is a powerful drug. I hate myself. I hate this.
Yeah, apparently he does real estate stuff.
I hate that I was so willing to help him, and it is what it is. But I send him the $5,000. He tells me that his insurance is going to cover it.
Oh, you're talking about Shellboat.
Also, like, I'm mindful of the fact that his house is supposed to close at the end of the month. And so a week go by, and we start talking about plans for the wedding. And so at first we wanted to go to Vegas. And then we looked into it, and Denmark does not recognize wedding marriages that are done in Vegas because you can get the marriage certificate and get married in the same day. Same thing with Colorado. Shout out to Denmark. I love that rule. But we're like, it's fine. We should just save money. Let's just do it in Dallas, and then we can go do a little weekend trip to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, which is like this cute lake town. And that can be our honeymoon. And he was like, okay, that works fine. We can do that. At this point, he has his flight booked to come back to Dallas in the end of January. Now we're in 2023.
He's having, he's having like money issues. Just have the wedding in Dallas. Jesus Christ. This is like, dude, Aaron's like nail on the fucking, what is it called? She's such a rich girl. Like, it's, dude, it's like, you claim that you wouldn't care if he didn't have money. You see, it seems to me like he's having money issues. Why don't you just live frugally and just have a simple wedding? Broken Bow is hideous. Why would you vacation there? I don't know, man. I've never heard of it. Nail on the pointy part. Yeah. Nail on the pointy part. Like, dude, she's such a fucking rich girl. Like, does it ever cross your mind, like, hey, let's not spend a bunch of money. Let's just have a simple wedding. Let's go to the courthouse, get it done, and make it simple, right? Why does it have to be this, like, fancy, like, special wedding? If it's really, if money's super tight and things are really, like, super bad right now, like, just make it simple. Have a simple wedding, make it easy. She has to have this, like, wedding where it's like, oh, let's do it in Vegas. Yeah, what about Vegas? What? You don't need it in Vegas. Like, just have it in a simple, you live in Dallas. Just have it in Dallas.
And he tells me that one of his really close friends that owns a plumbing business, and my ex was actually godfather of this man's son. This is confirmed. And he came to him and said that his partner in his business is like doing some like shady stuff. He's like scared that he's gonna get like implicated. He wants my ex to buy out his partner, and he's asking him for a loan of $250,000. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And this time he asked me, and you know, we're about to get married, so now I feel like I can insert my opinion about the situation. So I asked him, I'm like, is this just a handout or is this gonna be a good investment? And he was like, well, I think it's gonna be a really good investment. Like, he has a bunch of ideas of how to expand the business. And to me, I was like, well, if you can help a friend and have a good investment, I think that that makes a lot of sense. And I, as you guys can already tell, I'm a very giving person.
She's fucking retarded. This guy, so far, what you've learned, so far, he's made terrible business decisions. So far, he's made dumb, stupid business decisions. And he's also, apparently, having some financial issues. And you're green-lighting a decision with some shady business thing? Like, dude, I'm... like, bro, I'm... She's, like, actually just really, like... This is the definition of, like, this woman is, like, clearly privileged and doesn't comprehend or understand the idea of what it means to not have money. Like, why would you greenlight that decision? He's made a bad decision already. Why would you greenlight a decision that could put him in even more of a financial ruin? Like, why would you make that decision? That doesn't make any sense. Because there's a risk factor, right? Why would you take a massive risk? Just simply stick to this job that you currently have. Apparently, this guy's like a real estate agent or some shit, and he makes decent money. Just stick to the regular program, make your money, work, and move on, right? And then later down the line, maybe you can make better, different business decisions when you have the money. But apparently this guy has no fucking money. He's losing money. He has no money. He needs you to pay him $5,000, $6,000 for fixing shit. He needs you to pay for your Paris vacation. Like, I don't get it. Templar said he'd be open to a black chick. The age might be a little much for him. Pretty sure a lot of rich Nigerians in the U.S. are part of the ruling class that genocided their lower caste back in the day. They have slaves because basically and send their kids here to be doctors. That's like, whoa, based. Templar can fix her. Big Aaron, you're thinking of Indians, it's not Nigerians. It's Nigerians too. It's Nigerians too, brother. Just like Templar. Oh my god, man. It's like the more I listen to this woman, the more I'm starting to like the guy because she's just so privileged. Like, it's genuinely insane to me how that doesn't cross your mind to think like this is a bad financial decision. But she probably just is so well off with money, she doesn't give a fuck. She just doesn't care.
I've been very giving my entire life. I get it from my parents. They're very generous and selfless. And so when it comes to helping friends and family in need, I've always done it. If I can do it, I'll always do it. And so to me, I'm like,
I guess
this money coming
okay,
in.
sure, yeah. I mean, you have been pretty giving to this guy, so you know, at least that's something. You seem very nice. You seem like you'd give money to people in need. That's very nice.
Let's invest it. And you know, I own this house here and we don't have any big purchases coming up, so it's okay. Like, I wasn't really stressed and pressed about it. And so basically I was like, okay, the house is gonna close at the end of the month and then he'll be able to like pay me back the money that he owes me and he'll be able to help his friend and everything will be good to go. So he ends up coming back to Dallas. We get our marriage certificate. We set our wedding date for February 10th. And I remember the night before our wedding, he got really, really bad food poisoning, which I feel like should have been another sign that this was 100% the wrong decision to make. But instead I was like, hey, in sickness and in health, like whatever happens, we're gonna make it through it. And at this point, he doesn't really have any money. I remember he looked at me, he goes, I'm sick, I'm broke. You wanna marry me still? I said, I don't care if you're sick and broke. I love you for you. And we're getting married. And
He's broke. So he has no money now all of a sudden. Now he's with you physically, and now all of a sudden he doesn't have money. Brother. 1 minute this guy's made of cash. This guy is made of money. Now all of a sudden he has nothing? Bro, this is... Oh my god, she's like actually... Dude, how do you fall for this? 1 minute this guy has so much money, he's taking you out on these super fancy dates. You're going up into penthouses that are like thousands of dollars a night. And now he has nothing? Now he has like nothing?
And I'm so excited.
Oh, Gio, dude. She fell in love with this man the instant she went to Denmark on the first trip, man. She told him she loved him and started bawling her eyes out in front of him. And she clearly fell in love with just like the materialistic lifestyle, not because of him, man. God.
And ready for it. So the morning of our wedding, obviously he couldn't afford a ring at that point. And so I remember he got on one knee. I like woke up that morning and he's down on one knee next to the bed. And he was like, I know this isn't the proposal you dreamed of. And I promise you, I'm going to propose to you one day with a real ring. And we're going to share this with the world. But I want to ask you.
Aaron, if you put it in video ideas, I'll check it out.
I'll marry you.
When we're done with our...
We went to the courthouse. I remember
series.
I was wearing a dress from Fashion Nova because I didn't care. I was just excited to marry my person. And we got married. And I mean, I truly thought this was one of the best days of my life. I was so happy. I was grinning so big. I still have the pictures and the videos from this day. And we went to Broken Bow afterwards.
You still have the pictures and videos.
And we just had a great week.
Apparently this story is so... This story is so bad that you like hate this guy, but you still have the picture. Oh my god, bro. She still loves him. She still loves this man. She still loves him. She's in love with him.
Again, in a little cabin in the woods, and it's just this cute lake town, so it's perfect. And we brought Smokey. I remember we got burgers. I made a lasagna. We just stayed in and hiked, and it was a really, really wonderful honeymoon. After the wedding, he stayed in Dallas for about a week, and then he goes back to Denmark, and he had said that the house had closed and that he was just waiting for the funds. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in Denmark. Again, I have no idea how this stuff works, and so while he's in Denmark, he says the funds came through. He transferred the money to his friend for the investment in the plumbing business, and he said that he was about to set up the transfer for me for the money he owed me, which was about $10,000 at that point. And so a couple weeks go by, I still haven't received the money. I'm not super pressed about it because I'm like fully trusting him at this point. And he ends up booking his flight to come back to visit in March. And this trip was a trip that my dad and my mom were coming back to Dallas to come visit, and he already planned
Again,
to
the real red
ask my
flags haven't
dad
even
for
started
money.
yet. That's what's fucking insane to me. This story so far already sounds bad. The fact that there's like actually more is scary.
Marriage. And so he's about to come visit, and he calls me maybe like a couple of days before he's about to come to Dallas. And he said, I received the worst possible news today.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. Convenient. Super convenient. Babe, you don't understand. I've received such terrible news. As soon as she's supposed to get her money, he apparently gets money. Babe, I've received the worst possible news.
And I will continue on in part 2.
Oh, dude, I have to go to bed, but like, oh my God. One more. I need to know what happens. One more.
Great night. The Danish deception.
Put a shirt on. Jesus Christ. You leave them out every video. Put a goddamn shirt on, woman.
Okay. So he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst news that he possibly could have. The IRS has told him that he owes $318,000 in taxes.
Oh my God. $318,000. Yeah, my theory was right. Just a cool 1/3 of a million in taxes owed. Yeah, so just as I thought, this guy was probably let me guess. He was never rich, never had money, and he was just spending money to pull you in so you could pay for all of it.
In addition to that, his dad owes $12 million in taxes. And
oh my God. $12 million. What? How do you get to that point? How do you owe that much? What the fuck? Oh my God.
at this point, I did not have a lot of information about his family money because I've always been the type of person, like, if your parents have money, that means your parents have money. That does not mean you have money. So I didn't even ask details about his parents' finances, but obviously I'm like, if his parents owe $12 million in taxes, they got money. And he said that the person...
No, that's not what that means entirely. No, not really. That's, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. If you got money, why do you owe $12 million in taxes? If you got money, you shouldn't owe $12 million in taxes, man. That's not how that works. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That was doing his taxes for years and years, and also doing his dad's taxes, was one of his childhood friends that owns an accounting firm. And he's like, we've been paying a lot of money in taxes over the years, so someone must be committing some sort of fraud at this point. And so I'm obviously freaking out. This is a lot of money that he owes. So he said, you know what, I'm going to use the rest of the proceeds from selling my home. And in addition to that, he told me at this point he owns 3 different watches. He owns 2 Rolexes and a Patek watch, which, if you're not a watch person, these are very expensive watches. And so a couple hours go by. He's like, I sold my Patek watch, and like he said, he sold it at a loss. He just needed to get the money. He said he's short about $30K. And so he tells me that he's going to reach out to his parents, and his parents are like, we don't care. Like, this is not our problem. This is your problem. Figure it out. And he starts to just, like, you know, continue spiraling. And so he tells me he's going to reach out to 2 of his childhood friends, one of which
please don't tell me
was
you
with
sent him
this friend whenever we
$30,000.
met in Croatia. So I knew they've been friends for a while. And then another childhood friend. And he told me, I've helped out these friends so much in the past, like, and it's almost like he was communicating to me that he was owed this money from them. I've never asked friends for money before, so this is like not anything that I'm comfortable with, but I was like, hey, if you feel comfortable doing this, go for it. I had not offered him.
If you're rich, no one owes anyone money. That's not how that works. This guy's not rich. He was never rich to begin with. He does not have money. God, dude, she's so fucking...
a cent. So he comes back, says he's gonna get 10,000 from one friend and then 5,000 from another friend. And I was like, that's so nice of them. He's like, I've honestly helped them so much in the past that like
just short $15,000.
I'm grateful that they're helping me when I'm in need. And so at this point, he's short $15,000.
Uh-huh.
And so he just comes right out and asks me, like, can I borrow it? And I
You've already sent him basically 10K. Let's add another 15. Lady, dude, how does she keep not... why is it so hard for her not to recognize the problem? That's a lot. You've sent him $25,000 so far.
did not say yes right away. I said, listen, I had to pay my taxes too, because I was working at an accounting firm. Obviously that's W-2 income, but I was also doing real estate and I did very well the year before. So I owed a pretty penny in taxes, and it's March of 2023. So my taxes are coming up pretty soon. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm not comfortable giving you this money because, you know, like I have to pay taxes too. And now my savings is like really starting to like, I'm starting to feel like the financial impact, and it's starting to stress me out. And he said, you know, I hired a law firm. They've already looked into my tax records. They've already found indicators of fraud. I think I'm going to be able to get this turned around really quickly. And my biggest worry and concern is that if I don't pay this tax bill, it's going to affect my chances of getting a green card. And that's when I start to panic. And now I realize that I was just in a very toxic cycle of emotional manipulation. But after some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. And
okay, so you self-admit that you're recognizing the problem, but then you sent him the $15,000 anyways? Bro. It's not even like funny. The hitting her head part really did change things. She's genuinely dumb. How do you recognize that, uh-oh, this is bad, but then you fall for it anyways?
I remember I only could send him like 3K at a time. And
There's
so I
still
remember it was like over
15,
like the course
16
of 5
more
days.
parts.
Like, every day he'd be like, hey, don't forget to send the payment. And everything about this felt so wrong in my soul, but I did it anyways. And this was not something that I kept quiet about. Like I told my parents, I told my siblings, like my ex got this crazy tax bill, and you know, they were all aware that we were.
I realized I was in a cycle of emotional manipulation. She fucked your brain up with that piss concussion.
Like financial hiccup, and I didn't like want to be presented as these people with money, so I was very upfront and honest about it. And like you can ask a lot of my friends, like I told a lot of my close people about this situation. And quick side note, I did not tell them that I was loaning him money. I just told them that he owed a lot of money, and I told them about the overall situation. But at this point, no one knows that I have given him any money.
Okay.
So I ended up giving him the money. He's so grateful. He's like, thank you so much for helping me out. And so about like 5 days later, he flies to Dallas to come and visit. And my parents came to visit maybe a couple days after he came. And at this point,
my theory is, here's like I said, here's my theory. I don't think that debt is real. I don't think he owes the IRS or any government. I don't think he owes the government $300,000. I don't think he owned any apartment complex. I don't think any of this is real. I do. Here's what I think. Here's what I think. I think he just makes shit up so that people just give him money, and that's how he affords this these luxurious trips and lifestyles. I don't think this guy actually, I think he really does have money. I do genuinely believe this guy has money. But I think it's because he gets it off of people. He gets it off of like tricking people into giving him more money. Because you've given him $25,000. That's a lot of fucking money. Like that's insane amounts of money.
He's staying in the living room, not in the bed with me, but he could not go to a hotel because we're like trying to be mindful with spending. So my parents definitely started to bond with my ex a lot more over this trip. Like I remember my dad brought him this Nigerian Igbo cane that my ex had been admiring, that my dad had one. He surprised him, brought him one from Nigeria, and he actually took my dad out and asked him for my hand in marriage, even though we were already married. And my dad said yes. And my dad also broke coconut in front of the family and like welcomed my ex into the family. It's just, I mean, it was really special. Obviously, we were dealing with a lot of financial stress, but I want you all to know that like I was happy a majority of the time, regardless of the stress I was going through, which is just insane to understand.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for pooping on me.
But after a week, we ended up going to Cabo for one of my childhood friends'
for the 99-cent shit.
wedding. And I had paid for the portion of the wedding already because I had been planning on going by myself. And then obviously I got into a relationship, so I just had to pay like a little extra to add someone to the reservation. But we decided to go a couple days early and celebrate like our honeymoon. And so basically our flight comes and he's staying in the living room. My parents are sleeping in the guest bedroom. And I wake up and I get a text from him and he says, "Hey, can you come downstairs real quick?" And I said, "Of course." So I go downstairs. I'm like, "What's up?" He said, one of my friends, the friend that he had received $5,000 from for the tax bill, reached out to me and said he's freaking out because his wife really wants to buy this house and he's short a certain amount of money to purchase this home. And obviously he was like, I feel so bad because he loaned it to me because he was trying to help me out. And my biggest strength and weakness is empathy. And
dude,
when I saw him hurting because his friend,
you're falling. Oh my God. It's not even like funny anymore, dude. How do you fall for this? He's saying a friend of his wife wants to buy a house. You know, I would probably sit there and be like, okay, they should make some money. I'm not going to give money to you so you can give money to... What the fuck is she doing? Your biggest weakness is that you're fucking retarded.
Friend was not able to do something because of the money he had loaned my ex. And at this point, I felt like the friend had loaned us the money. It wasn't like he loaned my ex the money because we were married. And so I do something so stupid and idiotic. I end up loaning him an additional $3,000, not even a week after I had already given him $15,000. So I actually ended up giving him $18,000 in the month of March of 2023. Yes, I'm sick to my stomach. So I can send him the money. We end up going to the airport, fly to Cabo. We have an amazing trip. And at this point, I had just hard launched him on my Instagram Valentine's Day prior. So at this point, I hard launched him after we were already married. And we were in Cabo and I'm like posting more photos of him on my social media. And I'm going through my Instagram story views and I'm looking at the names and I'm seeing all of these Danish names. And I can tell they're Danish names because there's a different Danish alphabet. And so I'm clicking some of the profiles and a lot of them you can see like my ex is like the mutual, like follows them. And so I brought it up to him like, hey, all these Danish people are watching my story, but I thought it was weird that no one was like following me. I'm like, these are your friends. Like, and I wanted him to maintain the same friendships in Denmark, even though he was moving to the States, because I never want to be the type of person that takes a man away from like his friends and family. And so I remember I'm clicking profiles and I click a girl's profile. And I look at the first picture and I see my ex's dog. And that's something that I actually haven't mentioned. My ex did have a dog, and every time he came to visit, he had a friend that was watching the dog. And whenever he sold his place and decided that he was going to spend more time in Dallas, his dog ended up getting adopted by some people because he's like, I just am not home enough. And at first I told him like, bring the dog to Dallas. Like I wanted the dog to come. He's like, no, it's fine. Like that does not make sense to do. And I supported his decision. And he told me that the ex could not take the dog because she was in med school and was constantly out of the home and she just did not have the capacity to take care of the dog. But I see his dog and it's like a duck-toller retriever. I think that's how you say it. I saw his dog as a puppy on this girl's profile and I click the tag and my ex is tagged. And so I look at him, I go, is this your ex-girlfriend? He was like, oh yeah, it is. I was like, oh, so she's watching my stories. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, that's a little weird. And I remember
checking like throughout the course of like every day for like a week, and like all these Danish people are still watching my story every day. And I'm like, don't you think this is weird that there's like 15 Danish people watching my story every day? And he was like, honestly, I just feel like they're a little bit salty that I like moved on. I'm moving to America. Like, I think they might be a little salty. And he said, you should just block them all. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like a very toxic group of people. And so I was like, is that what you want me to do? He said, yeah, just block them all. Like, they're not here for the right reason.
Yeah,
they're just
block them
looking
all.
to like creep it.
Yeah, block them all. Just listen to the guy telling you to block them all.
And they're probably just talking a bunch of shit. So I said, okay. And I decided to block them all. And so basically we come back from Cabo. He stays for about a month, and then he goes back to Denmark. And at this point, he had come to visit me so many times. And so I decided, you know, now's my time to go spend time with him in Europe. And with his dad's health and his work, it made sense for me to just, you know, go out of my way to try to spend time with him. And I could work remote at the time. And so I board a flight and I head to Denmark for the first time. And I land in Denmark, and I will continue on in part 10.
Fuck, dude. I need to go to bed. I do. I really do need to go to bed. I'll have to continue this story in the next stream because I'm very curious what's going to happen. I think the cheating is happening. I think we're going to see the cheating. Like, we're going to witness that these women are not his exes. Like, it's too, no, I can't do one more. Because it's like every time one ends, you're like, okay, how is this going to I'm curious as to how this is going to keep going. But I have to, we're on part 9. We'll have to do this tomorrow in the morning. It's a cliffhanger. We're ending it on a cliffhanger, okay? We have to end it on a cliffhanger because I got to go to bed. It's late. It's late for me. I want to make sure I'm up in the morning so I can actually stream for you guys tomorrow. Oh my God. Round off the hour. No. I got to go to bed. We'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. This is getting too interesting, but I'll see you guys in the morning. Probably not like morning, but you get what I'm saying. I'll see you guys tomorrow at a regular time, not night stream. I'm probably not going to do a night stream. Unless I do. I don't know the exact. I work tomorrow. I have to work tomorrow, so I don't know for sure. I'll let you guys know tomorrow if it's going to be regular, or you'll see if I'm on in the morning or you'll see if I'm on in the night. I'll let you know if it's in the night though. But I'll get going. I'll see you guys tomorrow or today. Bye.